Good morning. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, and I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I actually decided that I am not gonna do. I will try not to do any broadcasting at all on Sundays. I am going to reserve it as a Sabbath. I will give praise and glory to God, and I will take it easy that day. Take it as a day of rest. I believe that God put that in the Bible for a reason, and I have been abusing it. I've been pushing it very, very hard, and as much as I agree that we should work as much as we can, sometimes we need to take a break. And when you burn yourself out with work, etc. Sometimes, if you're having, especially if you're having a problem with depression and things like that, anxiety, you definitely need to get your rest. Now, I know that there's nothing really I can do about my sleep. It is what it is. But you know what? If I can take that one day to where I can try to sleep in a little bit more or rest more, I need to make that change. With that being said, welcome, my brothers. Omar, welcome. Good to see you here. I know you're probably at work. Robert, good morning, my leverage. Mickey Mooney, good morning to you all. Well, I wish that I can continue to be just, hyped and excited. But let's be honest, this weekend, a couple of bad things happened. And as, as you guys saw on the thumbnail, if you guys saw the actual thumbnail, Dennis admitted you had a honey-do list yesterday. Well, when I mean rest, it's how do I describe this? I like that, Robert. So people think that I lie or maybe that I'm a hypocrite on things, but I have a different perspective of what people think rest is. And like for example, in Samoa, okay, and the Polynesian islands of Samoa, in their culture, the religious belief is, that the Sabbath is on Sunday. Well, some of them still think it's Friday, but Sabbath is on Sunday, resting day, right? Now, resting day, they want you to go to church, and that's it. You don't do anything else. You cannot go swimming. You can't go fishing. Nothing. Just go to church and just do nothing. And it's just like, wait a minute. I don't think that's what the Bible's saying. If the Bible says you take a day rest, if you fish for a living, all right, take a break from that. You know what I'm saying? But if your work is something else and you get a chance to go fishing to distract your mind, by all means go fishing. If you do swimming for a living, which nobody does, right? Unless you're in the Olympics, etc., you should be able to go swimming. Can I still go to church? Well, yeah. But should I be able to do something that I like to do? Well, you better believe it. That is a rest here in your brain. It is a rest in your brain. And so, good morning, my man in the house. I want to say this. Okay, so fasting, it means not eating, not drinking, nothing, right? Well, you can do a fasting of meats. You can do a fasting of vegetables. You can do a fasting of coffee. The whole idea of fasting is sacrifice something that your flesh uh, enjoys too much. And that's the way I see things. So for me, as much as I love doing this, I really do. You guys have no idea how much I love doing it. Well, some of my patrons here, you guys already know how much I love doing it. But as much as I love doing this is what I'm doing for a living, and I need to take a break from it. I try not to listen to news, but that's just what I do. So I have to listen to news. I don't know. It's just I'm very horrible at taking that part of my life away. But nonetheless, I try to rest, and I try to, just think about something else. Like for example, I try to watch some Batman cartoons in the yesterday on Prime, and You guys, oh my gosh. As much as I try to take this break, good morning, Samuel. I see you. As much as I try to relax and just distract my mind, I put on these this Batman show, and it's like a two series show. And guys, just oh my god, dude, what we have today, this whole socialist feeling emotional. It's okay, buddy. You didn't mean to commit that murder. Hey, listen, we can get through this. What? No. It's like, no. And then you have, Commissioner Gordon. Everybody knows Commissioner Gordon, right? Commissioner Gordon learns the identity of Batman, so he knows Bruce is Batman, and they agree that they got to get tougher on crime, and well, sometimes the justice system fails, etc. Right? But in the cartoon, they Commissioner Gordon is retiring, and the new person that takes in, it's like a woman, very short hair. I'm not gonna assume her, preferences, but a very short hair. And the first thing she does is, my first action as a commissioner, I am putting a warrant for the arrest of Batman for all the crimes committed in this town. And I'm just like, yeah, guys, it's a cartoon, but the philosophy, the policy behind it, the whole idea of this, it's the actual criminal gangs that are actually terrorizing Gotham. You guys know this. They are the innocent. They need to be understood. Well, on part two of them, the Joker listens to Batman talking. And the Joker decides that, well, I have no purpose in life, right? So he's down. He's not committing crimes because he lost the appetite for crime, because he feels like he no longer makes a difference in the criminal world. And so his psychologist, the guy that's helping these mentally ill people, he comes over and he's like, "Hey, don't think about it like that. You gotta, it's okay. Listen, I understand." And then in his mind he's thinking, he hears Batman is back, and all of a sudden his criminal mind comes back. Hey, for all the haters on the chat, guys, we haven't even talked about anything yet. I'm talking about Batman cartoons here. You guys can't even handle a Batman cartoon? I'm just like, we haven't said anything else yet. We're just talking about a cartoon, guys. Man, these people, you guys crack me up. But anyways, so the Joker, right, has his criminal mind, and he is going to go out there and just kill everybody. That's what he's going to do. And so, he sees that the psychologist, right? He says, "Hey, don't worry, don't feel bad. Sometimes you have to, your emotions and this and that. You're a good person. I know that you can do it. I understand you." And the Joker says, "Well, can we get an interview at this very popular show, right? Where there's a lot of people that come in and into the audience." Well, his whole idea is he is going to just kill everybody in the audience. And in the meantime, while the Joker is saying that he's going to kill everybody, the host of the show, he's like, whoa, okay, that I did not expect that. And then the doctor goes, "Oh, no, don't worry. He's just saying, making excuses." And then the Joker just, it's MA, guys. It's TV mature cartoon Batman, okay? And you can see the blood and everything. And then you see these little animals coming in, these little toys, and then gas everybody, and then everybody smiles, and then they die, okay? They get poisoned. And this is the cartoons that we are watching, and people have been watching throughout the days, I'm going somewhere with this, believe me. But haters, not yet. Wait until I say something you don't like. And then, so okay, so this happens, blah blah blah, and then Superman, of course, Superman gets sent by the president. Now they make the president look like an evil man with a plan, an evil plan behind it. And so Superman is just a puppet. He just does whatever the president, the United States of America president tells him. So, they sneak lines like, oh, we have to protect our ass. I mean, we have to look out for the well-being of the people. Things like that in a cartoon. And I'm thinking, man, all these people that, they're this 40-year-olds in their mama's basement, so to speak, these people that play games like, DC Universe Online or they play Marvel Universe, or they just play, Destiny like I do, right? And it's just like you play these games, and then you tend to watch animations that have to do with sort of gaming systems. And well, they have this narrative, this story, that you're a victim. It's okay if you're a criminal. We need to understand, guys. We need to understand criminals so that they can become better citizens. And that's just not how it works. We don't need to understand Jack. What they need to understand is if you commit a crime, you are going to jail and you're going to pay the price for it. As simple as that. You got to know that we have a justice system that is going to punish us if we do something bad or illegal. The only reason why we have laws in this country is because we have known patterns and we have detected things that are destroying our society, our communities, our country in general. And so there's laws that get made and laws that get put into place. And you have to understand the only reason why we have laws is because people have been misbehaving. There has been disorder. So how do we keep order? By having laws. Why do I defend and protect and respect the law? Because I know it brings order. Does it mean that I can't, that it doesn't impede what I want to do? Of course it impedes what I want to do. I want to go beat the mess out of somebody because they're being very hateful and they're really, trying to, threaten my family or whatever. I want to go and do all these things, but that doesn't fix anything. If anything, the law helps you so that you don't become a criminal. Let the law take care of what it needs to take care of. I mentioned this with police officers. Okay, you want to be an asshole to police officers that pull you over, whether you think it's for a reason or not, it is irrelevant. If the police officer does not act according to the law, then you can take them to court and you can sue them. See, that's the beauty of this country, of the United States of America. We have that freedom, and you can use that freedom to your defense. You got to be able to understand the laws are there to protect us. And if you have a bad experience, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I've seen people that have been beat up by cops with a power trip. Millions of dollars have been gained by it. Do I agree that people should mock and try to incite violence from a law enforcement? Of course not. I believe that everybody should comply. Learn how to abide by the law. Stop trying to be a criminal. It's not cool to be a criminal. It's not funny. It's not a fashion. Stop trying to be a criminal. How about you have some pride in yourself and then you start loving people, helping people, and respecting the law? How about you start lifting your own weight and give something back to this country, which, by the way, it is what we're supposed to be doing. Now, with that being said, good morning, my friends, and welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Petula. This is what I do for a living. Now, the government doesn't pay me. I have viewers like you that support my channel, and I appreciate you. So if you haven't given the video a like, please give it a like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done that. And to all of those who have become members of my channel, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your love and support. Now, I wanted to start off with something different, but we're going to talk about what's going on with this Ilhan Omar. You guys know I'm not a fan of Ilhan Omar. Is it because she's a Muslim? No. But is it because she is a, I don't want to say she's a criminal, but I think she's corrupted. Criminality that has to be, put in court through the justice system. But I think that she's a big harm to the United States of America. And you guys have seen interviews that she's done. You saw her laughing and smiling when she was talking about Charlie Kirk's death. You saw what she said about him and all this other stuff. And well, the left gets trained to say all these negative and bad things about her, about people that are Christians. But I find it even more disturbing when people just play it off and they don't care and they don't want to see it. So why don't we go ahead and start with a report from London? It looks like. We'll start with this one right here. Now, just so you know, I have been watching news. I shouldn't have, but I've been watching news, and I have been a little bit, up to date with what's going on in the world. And well, guys, we have to address this, and hopefully, if you stay long enough in my channel, we can learn something new together, so we can make a difference in our country and in this world.
All right, let's go to Greg Palcott, who joins us with the latest on the anti-Semitic terror attacks in Sydney yesterday. Greg.
Brian, folks, the people of Australia, the world, are still reeling from that terrible attack on Sunday. Police now say they expect to bring criminal charges against the surviving gunman in a deadly shooting spree that left 15 dead, aged 10 to 87, dozens hospitalized, several in critical condition. A father, 50 years old, and his son, 24, targeted a park at Sydney's famous Bondi Beach, where hundreds of people, adults and kids, were gathered to celebrate the first day of Hanukkah. Officials describe it as a terrible act of anti-Semitism, in fact, an act of terrorism against the Jewish community. In one vivid scene, a bystander can be seen crouched, then tackling one of the gunmen, wrestling him to the ground, taking the gun away, pointing him out to police. In comments later, President Trump called him a very brave man. Here is one eyewitness account.
Saw at least one gunman firing, looked like a shotgun firing randomly in all directions. I saw children falling to the floor, so elderly I saw, invalids I saw. People just, it was an absolute bloodbath, blood gushing everywhere.
As people gather to mourn the losses, more is learned about the shooters. The father, who died after being shot by police, was an immigrant who stayed in the country on various visas. The son, who was injured, reportedly came to the attention of police a few years ago for his association with members of a Sydney-based cell of the Islamic State terror group. No charges were brought at the time. Guys, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he will introduce new security measures to protect the Jewish population in Australia. Critics say he hasn't done enough. And he wants to tighten up already strict gun laws. The 50-year-old gunman was legally allowed to have 6 firearms. All 6 have been recovered. Back to you.
Yeah, how does that happen? How do you have strict gun laws and one guy gets 6? Anyone Google this guy before they gave it to him? Thanks so much, Greg. And his father-son team, 2 horrific terrorists who just sat there and thought this would be a great thing to do in the afternoon. They alleged to have 6 guns. I guess between them, I think is going to stick out with me is the hero that just stood up, and he's Ahmed El Ahmed. He's 43 years old, and you see him go behind in between 2 cars. You see it from a couple of angles, one 18 seconds, one much longer, and then he grabs the father right there from behind and is able to cleanly get.
What an amazing courage that this man shows. And I like to point out, and I'm pretty sure that you guys, if not most of you guys, already know that he is actually a Muslim as well. Now, you know that I don't agree with Muslim religion because it's an Islam government religion. It was created to oppress and control the people. This has been a religion that has been created over 600 years after Christ. That's why a lot of the text in the Quran actually kind of are similar, and they do mention Jesus Christ because they have taken that information, because they have seen the positive outcome. They have seen how people respond to the Holy Scriptures of the Bible. And they created this Islam religion to dominate and conquer the world. I'm not going to blame people that want to be Muslims. Of course, you can do whatever you want. I can tell you the Muslim religion is fake. Definitely fake. Not like the Bible. Not like Christians. And unfortunately, you have to choose something in life. If you're going to choose to be religious, you got to choose a religion. That's fine. Do whatever you want, but you have to know how you're going to choose that religion. Because you don't want to be guilty. For example, here, we know that there is jihadist Muslims. There's terrorist Muslims. You don't see terrorist Christians going around killing people. The religion in the Quran for the Muslims does say to kill infidels. The religion in the Bible does not say that, but instead preaches forgiveness and love. And yet it tells you to judge righteously, meaning don't just judge people even if you don't know them, like some people that come into my chat, right? But no, get to know me first before you start judging me. And if you stand for evil, then that's okay. You're judging yourself. But I'm going to tell you, I do not agree with the Muslim religion. I will still respect them. I will salute them as they want me to salute them. But I can tell you right now, my belief is not a Muslim belief. I believe in Christianity. Is there good Christians and bad Christians? Oh, of course. Every religion has good and bad apples. Which ones do you want to be? That's an individual choice. So I want to point out that not all Muslims are bad, but the religion itself does not come from God. If you think that it comes from God and you're still judging President Donald Trump in this day that he's a pedophile, even though he's not, let me remind you that Muhammad, their most sacred prophet, married an 8-year-old little girl and then slept with her at the age of 9 because that was the rules. Not only that, but the Muslim religion does not allow you to think, to question, to gather your thoughts. They don't think about making you aware of everything. They just want you to say the prayers and that's it. They don't encourage you to learn what's in the Quran. And there is many versions of the Quran. Just like that there's a lot of translations of the Bible. People that think that if a Quran is not written in Arabic, that is not legit. Well, the lie was written in Arabic. So it doesn't matter if it's Arabic or English, it's still a lie that people get indoctrinated with. That's my thoughts on that. But we're going to go ahead and get even deeper than that.
The rifle out. But what happens after, I think is significant too, the son shoots him from the bridge and he gets shot twice. Now, I'm not sure if the gun jammed there or if he decides, I don't want to kill a man in cold blood. Either's understandable, but that guy could have easily been dead. And again, he takes 2 shots in doing that to have the calmness under pressure. And if anybody thinks, by the way, that this is all Muslims, it's not. This guy's a Muslim, the hero. He's Ahmed Ahmed, and he's the one who stood up at 43 years old and was the hero. So this is against Salafist Muslims. Yeah. Those are extremists that want Christians and Jews dead.
So the hero is a father of 2 girls, age 5 and 6, and he was later hit by the 2 bullets in the upper arm and in the hand, and he did undergo surgery.
Well, there's a problem going on, and there's been a lot of anti-Semitism in Australia. The leaders there has failed to do anything on the ground, and I'm actually proud of Netanyahu for calling a spade a spade. He called out Albanese for that exact measure. Watch.
It pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent and you must replace weakness with action.
Yeah, the Israeli government is laying blame on Australia's government because Netanyahu said he sent Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, a letter 4 months ago telling him that you're not doing enough. You're failing to protect the Jewish community in Australia. And there was one witness that I heard last night speaking said, not enough safety or security in Australia. The government has known about anti-Semitism being out of control in Australia for a long time. She said there are fire bombings in cars constantly, people with swastikas, there are attacks on the Jewish community, and she is hoping now maybe the government will finally respond.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I did not know this.
Let me see if I can find the right video here. But I want to share something with you. This is Nick Shirley. And I'm sure by now you guys have seen it. Now, that's not going to pull up. Let me try to bring another one out. Let me see if I can bring it out.
Investigation, I think by...
Yeah, this is the one. All right. So this is Nick Shirley. Now, is this the Quran that you guys have? If you think that Muslims are great, this is the Quran that I have. Now, the reason why it's this thick is because it's written in 3 different languages. And yes, one of them is Arabic. Now, you won't be able to see the writings because of the light, but that's what it looks like inside. Okay? 3 different languages. Now, anybody that says that it needs to be written in Arabic is a fool. Because, again, this whole religion was created from an oppressive government of Islam. And people don't want to understand it. That's okay. Listen, you can be whatever you want. If you think that Muslims are the best people on earth, let's go ahead and see what happened to Nick Shirley here.
By the DOJ or by the FBI, as far as there was a concern that Sharia law may be taking place here, and they did a what? I'm not lying. I'm talking about the investigation that happened. I'm not lying. There was an investigation. They found that no Sharia law was taking place with the investigation. What do you mean am I allowed to be here? Of course I'm allowed to be here.
No, you're not. Are you Muslim?
No.
This is property for the mosque. It's not for you.
Oh, so wait a minute. In the United States of America, if you're not a Muslim, you are not allowed in this part of Texas? Well, let's just say it's private property. I get it. Let's go with that. It's private property. Let's go ahead and continue.
Hey, you're on private property. I need you on the other side.
Okay, so I can't be on this part? I can't be on this side of the street?
You need to be on the other side of the rope or on the sidewalk.
Just because of private property?
This is private property, yes.
Okay, so like they can kick me off the mosque? Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just.
Now, there's no sidewalk on that property, which there should be, but there isn't.
Wondering why.
Public side's right there.
All right, I got you. All right, you guys just got kicked off of the mosque property, I guess. How are you guys doing? Do you have is that the Quran? Nice. Are you Muslim? No.
I'm just giving it to him so he can read it. See what Islam is truly about.
Yeah, I just got moved.
Look. Look at the police officer. Look at the way he comes out.
Moved off and they told me I had to come on this side of the sidewalk.
Very simple. Just on the other side.
Why does he care? He's no longer on the property. Now, for all of you guys, well, not for all of you, just for the one person that says that the Muslims don't act this way and that they don't do that in Texas. This is Texas. Let's not forget that the Governor Abbott actually had to put an executive order to stop them from making Sharia law mandatory in Texas. You have to understand something. Whether you believe, see, I'm not going to come in here. If you really want to base your Muslim religion or affiliation, you have to read this book. I am not here to read and preach to you about the Quran, but I'm here to give you just simple facts that you can go and research. Good morning, time. My favorite veteran in the house. I see you, Saltwater. God bless you and your family, brother. You have to understand this. It's not about putting Muslims down. No, I understand why. Everybody has a wanting to be religious, but you got to find, you got to search it, you got to research it, and find out which one is the true religion. And if you don't feel that it meets your expectations, then don't believe in it. It's very simple. Thanks for the super chat there, brother. Currently in Melbourne with the oldest. I hope it does not happen here during the 6 days. You know what? We will do a prayer for Australia here in a little bit. And guys, I don't want you to go and hate Muslims, okay? That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, do not just follow a religion because you feel is the new fashion, because you feel that you're going to have a purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to be the best person that you can be. If you're going to be somebody different in this world, try to be the best person that you can be, not the worst. Don't hide your bad actions behind a religious, fake at that, religious belief. You know, we have had atrocities in the Catholic churches, Christian churches, with minors and corruption with money and all of this. I'm not saying that everybody that is Christian is better than Muslims, but what I'm saying is you have to do your research. You have to know where you are going to practice your belief. What is better for mankind? Don't be blinded and say that Muslims don't do this. Here we are. That guy is a Muslim. Is that say FAFO? F-A-F-O on the, what the hell? F-A-F, I'm going to say maybe D. It looks like a FAFO to me. I don't know.
Just on the other side and you're good.
Now, you see how he's on the street? He's not telling anybody else to move. He's specifically going after him. He's actually targeting him, Nick. He's targeting Nick because they know who he is. They know that he's over there reporting.
Okay, you can do whatever you want.
All right. Okay, you guys, we already got kicked off the property of the mosque. It's kind of weird. Are you a police officer? Are you a police officer here? No. All right, well, you guys, I just got kicked off the property of the mosque, apparently, so can't walk over there. The Christian protest is coming back around here. I might go walk and try to find them. For absolutely no reason, I got kicked off the property of the mosque.
I want you to just understand something. This is not just your typical Muslims that are so kind in your neighborhood. These are the people that believe in Sharia law, right? See, there you go, Fafo Daily. He said that's him. I wouldn't take credit for that, man. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. Not on this scenario. But this is the kind of Muslims I do not want in my city or anywhere around in this country at all. Islam is a fake religion, 100%. You know who else is fake? Those fake Hebrew Israelites, blacks, that are out there pretending that they are Hebrews from, fake religions. Fake. There is many fake religions. And you know what? Jesus is coming, whether you want to believe that or not. Before I continue, I want to go ahead and pray just a little bit here. I know that we can spend a whole day, a whole week, a whole month praying for the world on everything, but I want to just really concentrate on 3 different places today. Father, we thank you, Lord, for your blessings. We thank you for your love and your mercy. We thank you because you've given us another day to live, another day to make choices, to another day that we can prove that we can be good people and that we are your people. Father, we thank you. You are the all-holy, the almighty. You are the omnipotent and the omnipresent. Father, you are everything to us. Father, we thank you for sending your son, Jesus Christ, to come and die on the cross for our sins. Father, we thank you for our daily bread, the knowledge that you have given us, the Holy Spirit that you have given us, so that we can discern evil where we see it, so that we can make choices, Father, independently, so that we have that freedom to choose you, life, over death, any other fake religions. Father, you are the only true God. You are the creator of the universe and everything that is on this earth. We honor you and we worship you and we praise you and we exalt you in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, forgive our sins and our trespasses as we forgive those who sins against us and trespass against us. Father, don't let us fall into temptation, but keep us on the straight path that is Jesus Christ, life, the only way and the truth. Father, I give you thanks for everything good and bad on this earth. Father, we praise you in good times and in bad times. Father, I pray to you over the lives of the people in Australia, for all the Jew people, the Jewish people in Australia. Not only them, but these Australians that are actually listening to your word, that are actually being there to support, to promote life, not hate or death. Father, I pray your Holy Spirit be upon all the Australian people, Lord. I pray that you give them wisdom, courage, and that you give them peace and joy in their souls. Father, protect the innocent. Receive all of those who have been taken from us into your kingdom, Lord. Bless them and their families. Bring peace to each and every one of those families who are suffering. Give them strength, Lord. Let their spirit cry out to you and worship you and give you praise, no matter what the evil one tries to do with them. Father, I prayed in the same manner for Israel. Give them the wisdom and the courage to continue doing what they need to do. Father, over the United States of America, I pray over Trump and the administration and this great country. Do not let it fall to the evil hands, Lord, of those who are looking to destroy us. Father, we give you all the praise. We give you all the thanks, and only in you we trust, and we give our lives for. We give you praise. All the power and all the might is yours to do with. Let your will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Father, only you are holy, 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 the one true God of the Trinity. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and me and my family will follow you till the end of the days, Lord. Forever and ever, we want to be in your presence. Thank you, Father, for everything. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And if you are one of the few that stuck around with me during that prayer, thank you so much. I know some of the demons will always stick around to throw a little insult, but that's okay. That's not going to stop us from sharing and telling the truth. Surviving says, I will be so glad when I am flying out of Melbourne back to the U.S. You know, Charles, aloha and welcome to the chat. Amen. God bless you. Father won't do it without us. Amen. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. I will say this, guys. I think that if, as you guys saw on one of my short videos and even on my last live on Saturday, you guys heard me talk about getting rid of all these Somalians out of here. We want them all out. All of them. They all got to go. We don't want Somalians in here. And I'm talking about the garbage ones. The ones that keep cursing the United States of America. The ones that keep talking against American people. Like Ilhan Omar. She is the spotlight. And all of those Somalis that support her, they all got to go. And you know what? Somalia is so beautiful to them. They'd rather live in Somalia, they say. Their president is not President Donald Trump. It's the Somalian president. Yet they come over here, commit fraud. They steal $8 billion plus. A lot of money from the taxpayers. A lot of money. Not just in Minnesota, in Dearborn, Michigan, in Oregon, in Seattle, Washington, in Utah, all over the country. Somalians are stealing money from the taxpayers. It's not a theory. It's a fact. And more are getting caught. Even USAID, even they were sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Somalia, supporting terrorist groups. The Somalian economy is falling flat now that we're not giving them all that money. Can you imagine $8 billion in fraud money? What can our enemies do with $8 billion? Think about that. They just happen to be the bad side of the Muslims. I am sorry to tell you, but they just happen to be the bad side of Muslims. I wish I had better news to give you about the Somalian people. But they don't. They're garbage. The President Donald Trump is right about it. Why are they garbage? What does garbage mean? Why don't we go take a look and see what does garbage mean? Let's see. Let's see what garbage means. Garbage means spoiled food or other refuse as from a kitchen of household, a thing that is considered worthless or meaningless. Unwanted data in a computer's memory. Garbage is something that you don't want. It has no use to you. There is no benefit. That's what garbage means. And you want to call that racist? Well, you know what? You can call it whatever you want. Hey, Tyrone, where have you been? I missed your negative comments on my chat. These people, they just come in and just, hey, that's that guy that I don't like. Let me go ahead and insult him just for a little bit. Just for fun. Let me give him some insults. Let's see. Let me go ahead and read some comments from you guys. Here we go. This is the Clown Show, guys. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, the Clown Show. We gave Israel $30 billion. You know what the difference is? Israel has never said death to Americans. Israel has never attacked us. Israel has fought next to us. Israel accepts us as we accept them. Go ahead. Give me something else. Somebody call ICE. Man, please, by all means, do it. Islam has no benefit. It will get you sent to the wrong place. That is true. Not only are you going to hell, but they're going to be killing your people. They're going to be killing your loved ones. Sharia law doesn't play. And let's be honest. We have morals that we have to, as guidance from Christianity and Judaism. We have those morals that we actually follow. But we don't have a law from the Bible that we have to follow. Sharia law, they say, is above all law. You want to be under Sharia law? That's you. I don't want to be under Sharia law. Hell no. I don't agree with that. Let me see. What else do we got here? Don't say the C word. What is that? What's the C word? I don't know what that is. Have a beautiful day, good folks. Renegade, thank you. Badass says, brother, read the Quran after the King James Bible. The Quran, this one right here, if you haven't seen it, yes, there is a lot of new things that they added to it, but it's very mirror after the books of Moses, and also the life of Jesus Christ. But they twisted it just enough so that they don't get criticized for not acknowledging Jesus, but not enough so you can believe that he's the Son of God. But yet, the one person that actually loved the world is not a big deal. But Muhammad, who actually went and killed people, very interesting. Jesus Christ killed no one. Loved, healed, blessed. Muhammad killed, tortured, and was a pedophile. Married an 8-year-old. Find out. Find out for yourself. Don't take my word for it. I'm not going to spend 3 days trying to teach you that. You got to go search it. If it's important to you, you're going to go search it. Be like the Thessalonians, says Paul. Why does he say that? Because the Thessalonians listened to Paul, and they didn't believe him. They went and did some research. They looked into the information given to them, and then they decided to believe. Then they said, this surely is one of God's men. And they follow. Do the same thing. You go do your research. Find out. I know it's a lot of pages, but go read the Quran. Read it. Completely read it. And find out if it's fake or not. I have watched this young black man. He goes by God's Logic, Avery. God's Logic. Very smart young man. He just got married about a year ago, I think, or less. Very smart man. Can I go in there and quote some of the things that he quotes? Absolutely not. That is not the kind of Bible reading that I've done. But this young man is very smart, and his group of people that he goes out with, the Christians, he tackles Muslims, he tackles Hebrew Israelites, the fake. This guy's, I'm telling you, the guy's very smart, very on point. I recommend him. God's Logic, you will find him. He challenges a lot of people. And the only thing that I would just say to him is just be careful of falling into just fighting, other religious people. Instead, just speak what you believe and leave it at that. And he does a very good job with that. She was 6 years old. Michelle, I want to say 8, but I think you're right. But trying to make it more believable for these people. I could be 100% right, wrong with that. But I think you're right. The whole idea is that he couldn't sleep with her until she was 9 years old. Okay? So thank you for that. Let's see. What else is there? Badass says there's only one God and one evil one, the accursed Satan. That's right, Bad. Let's see. Abdel says you're full of it. How much are you getting for this nonsense you've been talking about? Yeah, I thought it was 8. 8 when they got married and 9 when he slept with her. So go ahead, Abdel. Go ahead and tell me, what am I lying, or why you think I am full of it? Go ahead and put it on the chat. The Bible can be 100% authenticated. How about this? The Quran has no witnesses. The Quran, the Muslims will tell you that you don't question Muhammad. Muhammad has no witnesses. There has been no confirmation. And the Apostle Paul, and in the Bible tells us that there will be false prophets coming in. The Bible also tells us that when God gives a man a dream or a prophecy, they shall always be followed by a confirmation. Let's not forget the vision about all the dirty food that we're not supposed to eat. And yet the vision was given to the apostle. And yet the vision was confirmed by somebody else. Nebuchadnezzar, I think, was the name of the Old Testament. Daniel came in and talked to Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar had a dream, but he didn't tell people the dream. And he didn't tell Daniel the dream. He said, not only will I tell you what your dream was, I will translate it. And he prayed to God. And this is divine confirmation. If you want to challenge me that the word that we have of God in the Bible is fake, I dare you to challenge Muhammad on his teachings. But it says that Daniel prayed and went to Nebuchadnezzar and told him, this is the dream that you had, and this is what it means. And it was true. It has been confirmed. You see, nobody had to tell him that. God gave divine confirmation to him on that. He was not there in the dream. That's crazy. That is crazy. And yet he knew the dream exactly. And he gave him the meaning of that dream. Now, Muhammad has no witnesses. Jesus Christ has many witnesses. They witness all the miracles. They witness his faithful belief in the Father. They walk with him. They witness Peter walking over water. They witness Jesus Christ telling the storm to calm. He commanded everything. He didn't come here to change the law. He came to fulfill the law. Without Jesus Christ, we're lost. He was clean, pure, without sin, spotless. And he died for us with love. That's the only way that we can have a way to repent of our evil ways and be saved back into God's kingdom. I'm not here to really preach to you about that, but I feel it's important for you to understand the difference between a fake religion and a true religion, and the people that can be true believers or just fake believers. See, there's a lot of Christians that have never experienced God. There's a lot of Christians that have never been broken by the Holy Spirit because they're not welcoming the Holy Spirit. How, you say, well, how are they not welcoming? They say, no, they say, Holy Spirit, come upon me. They said, no, that's not welcoming. Before you welcome our good Lord into your house, meaning into your soul, your brain. If you don't know what a soul is, it's your brain, okay? It's your mind. How do I know that? Because we have a fight between the spirit and the flesh. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is strong and willing. And there is a fight, and your soul is what helps you fight, determine which one of these two is going to win. Your brain makes decisions. The brain tells you, okay, I'm going to live in the flesh, or I'm going to live in the spirit, or I'm going to live in the flesh. That's why your soul is your brain. If you didn't know that, well, now you know. There's a lot of prayer that needs to be done. I get it. And I'm going to tell you, sin is multiplying like crazy. Here in Seattle, crazy thing, over 68% are Democrats. What does that tell me? I see the LGBTQ adding letters to it, letters of sexual perversion, letters of things that are just beyond demonic. See, demons, they like to teach humans to hate themselves. They tell you little boys that they're little girls. They're telling you to mutilate your children. They're indoctrinating you in schools, and they are winning. Sin is winning. Now, don't get it twisted. The devil loses at the end. But what I'm saying, in our time, after all these catastrophes that have happened throughout the world, today we live in a society of lazy and sexually perverted people. Your spirit is what's given back to God. What is an angel? An angel is a messenger, but angels are all spirits. Your soul is just there to help you determine between good and bad decisions. That's all the soul is for. Don't think that is this, floating thing out there. No, the spirit is that. The spirit is your essence. Your soul is just there to help you choose. That is the free will that God the Father has given us, our soul. What happens when we choose God? Our lives become peaceful. Do we have trials? Of course. But we can get through it through prayer. We can get through it through support. But here in Seattle, Washington, I can tell you that corruption is so deep into our government. City councils, the police, the governor, mayors, representatives, senators, Congress, all of them, they are all against God. There's very few that stand with us. But they're just so small in number, they don't make a difference. Your soul is you and is worth more than earth. Well, your spirit is. Your soul can be lost in a way that if you lose your soul, so is your spirit. Your spirit is gone. But let me tell you why your soul is not this floating thing that people think. And what's important is your spirit. So your choice from your mind is going to cause your spirit to be good or bad. And why doesn't the Bible says that Jesus is going to come back for your soul? He doesn't come back for your soul. He comes back for your spirit. And you can say God is Allah, but I'm going to tell you that you might be wrong. You might be wrong because of what the whole religion stands behind Allah. But you can call him that. If you want to address Allah as the creator and, the Father of Jesus and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity, okay, I agree with that. But I don't think that's what you mean with that. Allah means God. But I do understand what you mean. 2 Thessalonians says that those who die believing in Christ, when Jesus comes back for his church, they will be resurrected. And their bodies will be transformed into spirits. It doesn't say soul. It says spirits. Angels are spirits. We'll be back with the angels, and we will meet Jesus in the way. And those who are alive that are keeping the faith will also be transformed into spirits, and we will all meet in heaven with Jesus and his all might. That's where I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to leave that religious part right there. So we pray, continue to pray for Australia, for all the victims of these horrible crimes. They're not accidents. They're horrible crimes. If this doesn't wake you up, if Charlie Kirk's death doesn't wake you up, I don't know what else will. You're going to continue to lose and continue to lose. As believers in Christ and in God, we need to make better decisions. I do not want to see a person that says that they're Christians going out there and committing murder. That's not what we do. That's not what the Bible says. If you are a priest, a bishop, or whatever from a Catholic church or any other Christian church, and you are practicing immoral sexual perversions and all this other stuff in your church, you will be punished to hell, and not by me, but by God, and that is his word. You have all these gay bishops. That's not possible. That's an abomination to God. God does not see you when you're full of sin. You have to repent from your sin. Otherwise, there is no chance for you to be saved and go into heaven. Now, I'm not going to tell you that you're not going to go to heaven, but if you do, it's most likely going to be so that you can be judged and to be reminded of why you are going there. Because, see, you see, God, our Father, is a Father and is a just God. He will remind you why you're being punished. Those is the reason why I tell my children, after I spank them, after I punish them, after I put them in timeout, after I remove things from them, like toys or etc., and then I come and ask them, why? Why did I discipline you? I need you to tell me why. And they acknowledge and they know that they did wrong. And that sows conviction into their soul. And every time the flesh wants to push them to do something bad, they will at least think twice about it. I know you remember what it was like to be afraid of doing something evil because your parents might find out. But what did the devil do to you? Hey, if you leave your parents, hey, there's no more accountability. And you know what happens with that? There is a higher risk that your soul will be lost. And once your soul is lost, your spirit is gone. You punish yourself. We just heard of this murder. Okay, we heard of other murders where the family is very successful. The mom and dad are successful, and yet their son can be a homeless, a drug addict. It doesn't matter. If you push away God, it's a higher chance that your children will be given to the evil ways. They will run away. They will go into drugs. They're going to go crazy. Even Christians who say they believe in God, why is it that pastors' kids are most likely to be horrible? Because the devil's going to attack the family the most. Because maybe the father is not believing as he should be. A lot of times they're tests in life. That's not God's test, but the devil is here to seek and destroy every single one of us. And we know that. You know that. You know, it's crazy because when you're living in sin, who cares? You know, and you want to do whatever you want and this and that. But at the end of the day, you will be held accountable for your actions. And I'm going to tell you this. If you come into face with the Holy Spirit and you give your life to God, if you give your life to Jesus, if you ask for forgiveness and change and turn from your evil ways, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I can guarantee you 100% you will never be the same again. You will receive that conviction from the Holy Spirit that will guide you and that will tell you, don't do this, don't do that. I am with you. I will strengthen you. Believe me, if it wasn't for the Holy Spirit, there would be no world today. There will be no conviction. There will be no Christian. There will be no religion except for the Satan's religion. Do you think that Allah, the All-Merciful, told these 3 jihadist Muslims to just go kill innocent people? Anybody that says that I'm lying on my show, go ahead and tell me. You think Allah told them to go kill innocent children, women, elders, and yet you stand up for Palestine. And yet Britain stands against Israel and stands pro-Palestine. Why? Israel doesn't go say death to this, death to this. Israel doesn't say that. Muslims say that. If Christians will say death to Muslims and death to all Arabs and whatever, I'm 100% against them, and I will go say something to them myself, as a Christian myself. How many Muslims go on the street and protest jihadist Muslims? How many Muslims go out there and protest these killings? And I'm not just talking about saying just a couple of nice things on TV or just, standing right next to a Jew. No. Go in the mosques that you know are corrupted. Go into the mosque where they teach you that Sharia law is above all law. Go in there. Somalians believe that if you insult Muhammad, you should be killed. You should be very punished. Because nobody can say anything. Nobody can judge Muhammad, the pervert, the pedophile, the liar, the one that has no witnesses. It's very interesting, isn't it? Man, happy Friday, man. Let's go. All right, let's go ahead and continue with the report here. And we do have a couple of clips to go through.
On October 9th, they were chanting anti-Semitic phrases on the Australian Opera House. That's right where my daughter interned, spent a semester overseas, the Opera House. And to have graffiti 2 days after October 7th, where you think the world will be rallying around the Israelis, but this is something that's taken root in that country, and so far they have been unwilling to take massive action. Sadly, around the country, around the world, now every Hanukkah event, you have to have security.
Of course.
Well, and Albanese was declaring a Palestinian state. So that's, Netanyahu was upset about that. Albanese, the prime minister, responded. This is what he said.
In September, your government recognised a Palestinian state. Your ministers have attacked the Israeli government. Senior ministers refused to visit the sites of the October 7 massacres. And you created a special Islamophobia envoy alongside an anti-Semitism envoy. Have you taken the threat of anti-Semitism seriously? And can you guarantee the safety of Jewish Australians?
Yes, we have taken it seriously. And we've continued to act. We've continued to work with Jewish community leaders.
No, you're not, because you keep putting it on the same scale. There's one side that continues to go after the other. And President Biden did the same thing. October 7th happens in this country, and instead of just straight up condemning it, he has to release this anti-Semitism commission. When you look at the numbers, that's not Islamophobia commission, when there's really not a rise in Islamophobia. So it's like putting things on the same scale. Just condemn what's happening, dedicate the resources to the people that are being targeted, and we should take this as a signal. This is happening on our college campus all across the country, and this administration has been cracking down on it.
I just wonder how much of this is new immigrants to all these countries, and how much is are this anti-Semitism going through traditional Australian society, people that have been there for generations, or is this the influx, especially after the pandemic and after the Syria revolution, where everyone was taking in refugees? And we know it's changed Europe, and we know it's certainly affected Australia.
Yeah. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
And you see, I'm not the only one that thinks that way. See, that's why I respect that panel, man. They're always coming in with some facts and truth. Now, let's get into the empathy of what Muslims show us. Now, you see how some people react on here. I can tell who are Muslims or who don't believe in God or who are hateful. They're obvious. This is how they show themselves. But take a look at this, as you've seen on my thumbnail, right? Ilhan Omar smiling once again. She was smiling, almost laughing, when Charlie Kirk was killed, Well, here she is again with a bunch of Jews being killed. Now, this is a clip from the Rubin Report. I'm going to get to it. Let me see. I think I had another clip. Let me see. Yeah, this is the one, not Dave. Sorry, Dave. There we go. This is the guy I want to hear. From Velshi.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on today. We're following the breaking news stories out of Australia and out of Providence, Rhode Island. But I want to shift for a moment to another important story, the Trump administration's continued crackdown on immigration in America. Recently, President Trump has turned his ire toward the Somali community, particularly those in Minneapolis and the city of in Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis. Beyond targeting Somali Americans broadly, he's aimed many of his attacks directly at the Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who is a Somali refugee herself. This morning, she published an exclusive op-ed for MS Now titled, "Trump is Weaponizing Fear Against Me and Other Immigrants." She described several incidents involving federal agents in Minneapolis, including an aggressive arrest of a Somali man who was a U.S. citizen, which he told agents at the time of his arrest. You can hear the man in the video yelling, "I have an ID," and bystanders asking the man's name. Watch.
I have my ID! I have my ID! What's your name? 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 You can't do that! What's your name?
Congresswoman Omar wrote in her piece that, quote, "This is not immigration enforcement, it's collective punishment. It's state-sanctioned racial profiling used as a tool of political intimidation." But she also explained something that Trump and his ilk don't seem to understand. Quote, "Immigrants love this country deeply. We love democracy in the way that only those who have lived without it can. We cherish the rule of law, the promise of due process, and the idea that our diversity is a strength, not a threat. Somali Minnesotans will not be intimidated into silence. Trump will never be able to steal the American dream from us because so many of us have fought like hell to have a chance at it. We will not surrender the beautiful promise of a nation that belongs to all of us," end quote. Joining me now is the Democratic Congresswoman for Minnesota, Ilhan Omar. Representative Omar, thank you for being here. Those words that you wrote, obviously they resonate with me as an immigrant. You and I both spent time as children in Kenya. When you go to Minneapolis, which I've been to many times, as you know, and you see Somalis on the street, there's no way to know whether they're immigrants or American citizens, or they just got here, or they're tourists, or they're visa holders. Like, you just don't know. They're integrated into society.
They certainly are. And what, we know statistically is that nearly 100% of them are U.S. citizens or permanent residents. And so it is clear that this operation that was mobilized is only mobilized to terrorize a whole community and to make them feel like they are less American than everyone else. The young man that you showed the video of was born in the United States. Many of the people that they have picked up, that they've detained, handcuffed, manhandled, have been citizens who were born here. Nearly 60% of Somali Minnesotans are born U.S. citizens. And so this operation, if it was about safety, if it was about finding the worst of the worst, there is a different way that they would have carried out, not by going into establishments that are owned by Somali Minnesotans, not by going to masjids or mosques, not by going into neighborhoods that we frequent. This is clearly racial profiling, ethnic profiling, and it's to intimidate us. but Somalis are resilient. We've been through a lot. We have overcome a lot. And we're not easily intimidated or easily bullied. We know what our rights are. The president gets upset that I tell him that he needs to abide by the Constitution. Is because that Constitution means a lot to us. We're people who've experienced what it means to have rights stripped from you. And so we cling on to the fact that we are protected by the Constitution.
We love it. Right? I mean, you're an immigrant to this country. You come here. When you get your citizenship, in my case, I did it in a courtroom, so you couldn't take a cell phone. So, they give you a little pocket constitution. I read it 3 times. And I thought, how wonderful. I mean, this is what I'm going to be part of now. And this is across the board for immigrants in this country. The proportion of people
stay
who immigrate
up all night in excitement.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But by the way, they're pulling people out of their immigration lines right now. So it doesn't actually matter whether they call them are illegal or not. People who are in the process, whether you're getting your citizenship or you're getting your H-1B or you're getting your green card or you're showing up for your regular hearings, it doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't matter. If you look like you might not be an American citizen, you can be targeted.
Yeah, I mean, and there.
So number one observation, the whole time that she was talking about her people, serious. When this guy is falling into her little narrative, she gets all smirky and start laughing about it. And the way that she comes in saying, yeah, that's more like, oh, thank you for being on my side. See, I don't play that crap. I want you to be honest with me. And when I see these people do that, you got to catch it, man. You got to catch it. Now, somebody made a comment about me. I have to do some research and how blasphemous Israeli. Shut the hell up. Not one Israeli has said death to America. Not one. I find it very interesting that people know so much about Israel and their evil and blasphemous ways and all this. They know everything about Israel, but they don't know jack squat about Muslims, about jihadists, about Sharia law. They don't say anything against these evil people that are actually committing genocide in the world. They don't say anything about the hundreds of thousands of Christians dying every day throughout the world, in Africa, even in Europe. They say nothing, but I just find it so interesting that they can say all these negative things about Israel. Where do you stand? Show me. Show me where you stand. I will say this one time for you guys that are in here, and hopefully your other partners that come in here hating on my chat. Don't threaten my life. You will be reported. And that's on you. You want to be crazy leftist? You want us to take you seriously? Show me. Because other than that, especially you, Ruslan Nunez, I'm going to show a clip of what Ruslan Nunez is like. And you guys are going to agree with me by the way that he talks in here. I'm going to show you what he looks like. But anybody that wants to say that Israel is this or Trump is this and that, I want you to tell me what the other side is also like. Because I tell you both sides. I tell you Christians and Muslims. And I tell you that there is bad Christians as well. They don't really believe in God. But if you're a true believer, your actions will speak louder than words, and it will show that Jesus says, by their fruit you will know them. You will know them. If you see me being hateful, okay, how am I hateful? Let's go into that. How am I hateful? Oh, well, you're a traitor to your people. Oh, you want your people to be God. Well, if they're here illegally, anybody that is here illegally, they gotta go. Why? Because I stand with this country. I respect the law. I care about what happens to the American people. This is why I made the oath to become an American. I didn't make an oath so that I can allow criminals to go rampant. I didn't accept the oath to become an American citizen so that I can allow people to break the law. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. So I already know my loyal haters. I already know the illegal immigrants that support illegal immigrants. I already know the anti-patriotic Americans that support foreigners over their own American citizens. I know that already. It's not news. It's not news. But let's go ahead and continue to listen to her. Look at the happy face. Nothing's happening in the world. Everything is just dandy. Thanks for that stick, bro. That was nice.
Whole immigration argument falls apart when they say they want to go after people who are not in this country, who are not documented immigrants in this country, or when they say they want to get rid of criminals and go after the worst of the worst, because they are literally in courtrooms. Arresting people who are going through the legal process and showing up for their hearings. They're canceling.
How long have they been in this country, and how many millions are we backlogged? We are not playing the BS game of go to court to get your due process. That is bullcrap. Due process does not take 30 years.
Citizenship celebrations, and so it's insane, and everybody can see what they're doing.
And I'm going to point out one more thing about this due process. If they're caught in this country illegally and they are seeking asylum before it is approved, they got to go back to their country. That's how that works. But crooked activist judges are letting them stay here for decades. Because that's how they make their money. That's how they stay in power, they say. No, you're seeking asylum while the process is working itself, you got to go back to your country. You don't get to stay here. Temporary asylum is temporary, not permanent. That's why President Donald Trump is cracking down on every single illegal immigrant in this country. Don't blame him. Blame the people that broke our law.
One of the things that I think is fascinating, again, Somalis in Minnesota is a good story because they're everywhere. They're all over the place. Do you have to carry your ID? Because the law does not require citizens to carry their identification to prove that they...
And it should. It should require it. 100% it should.
They are citizens. But if you're just going to target everybody who looks like they might be Somali, then 100% of Somali Minnesotans are in danger of being detained.
And let's be honest, guys. It's so easy to find who is Somali and Ethiopian. Guys, they look all the same. There's very, very, very rarely you see a difference between them. I mean, most of these people are inbred. Of course they're going to look alike.
Yeah, I mean, when the president got elected, a lot of people in the Somali community here in Minnesota understood that he wasn't only going to go after undocumented immigrants or people who committed crimes, that he was going to come after all of us, whether we immigrated here and became citizens or whether you are born to somebody who was an immigrant in your first generation. And so people like my son ordered their passport IDs and carry their passport IDs with them, the same as the young man. You know, he was carrying his passport ID. The ID that he's describing is not a driver license, it's a passport ID. There are a lot of people who are working around with their actual passports. I carry my passport around. And so it is both out of the fear of being detained, as they did to one of my constituents who's a resident of Edina, who they detained for 24 hours until her parents and relatives could present.
No, it's not offensive. It's true. Find out. It's true. It's not fake. It's not offensive. They do this.
Her passport. So people are afraid of that. They don't want to get detained. But also, you don't want to be harassed. You don't want to be manhandled. And you just want that interaction to go as smoothly as it can by you showing them that you are an American citizen.
What a thing. I mean, this is not a country where citizens are required to show identification. It's a fact that is not a requirement, a proof of citizenship, and yet that has to happen. I never know when Donald Trump takes a shot at you, pretty racist usually, called you garbage the other day and told you to get the hell out. I never know when...
She is garbage, and she should get the hell out, just for the record.
Better to sort of laugh that off and say, well, it's Trump being Trump, and you don't get affected by it all that much, or to say that's kind of crazy that the president of the United States is saying this about a U.S. citizen who is an elected representative in Congress. How should I think about this?
I think all of the above.
Why is that Congresswoman that hates this country and the American people? Why is her opinion more important, and why does it matter more than the president's? I find that very, very interesting.
It is a wild thing. It's easily mockable. It is embarrassing that the president is willing to denigrate.
You're embarrassing.
Denigrate the presidency in such a matter. It is also, dangerous and creepy to have this level of obsession on someone like me, who's just a member of Congress.
I want to ask you very quickly before we go. We are following these shootings in Australia and in Rhode Island. There was a shooting in your district not that long ago, a mass shooting. This is yet another bad day for America.
Watch her face. You saw her little movement right there. Talk about the shooting that happened in Australia. That's what she did. She don't care. She almost laughed about it, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we are still recovering from the shooting at Annunciation Church. It is a tragedy that this has become a normal occurrence, not just in the United States, but now seeing it in Australia, who's worked really hard to create gun prevention laws to prevent the kind of tragedy that took place today.
Thank you for your time this morning. Good to see you again, the Democratic Congresswoman for Minnesota.
Yeah, a lot of empathy on that video. A lot of empathy. Thank you, Dave, for being here with me. Now I'm going to show you what this craziest, illegal, and this is the kind of people that this crazy leftist people like to protect.
Somebody standing in the back, and then I had another rider say, "Hey, you want to call somebody? Somebody's harassing."
Now I'm only ashamed because this guy is from Honduras.
Okay. And then so I know from the voice that I see him standing, and then sitting, and then standing. Okay. And then we pulled the truck, called security. They met us. Eric came on the bus, and then.
While one officer manages the suspect, others focus on evidence, witness statements, damage documentation, and confirmation that the knife was recovered. This split approach matters. Body cam footage often makes it seem like officers are ignoring the suspect, but in reality, they're building a factual record that determines what happens next legally.
Yeah, we're working on there right now. It smells like alcohol. Stepping on the bus. Yep. So I had people come up after we got here and said he's got a switchblade in the back, and that's the sweatshirt he was asking for. But there's the.
That's the rip. Is that his jacket?
That's his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you see him sitting back there?
I saw him sitting there. Then when the people here came up.
Yeah, I mean, it might be more. I don't know. It's the government. But...
I'm talking to you. Hey.
This is Russ. He left, I think, but this is Russ Nunez.
Listen to me. I'm going working tomorrow. Okay?
Where?
Look my flyer. Look.
At this point, additional behaviors, spitting and attempting to advance.
He works at Diamond Roofing. Diamond Roofing.
Advance toward others, further escalate the situation. As the suspect continues to kick, yell, and resist, officers move from standard handcuffs to additional restraints.
We're gonna go in additional restraints, okay? Like, we'll put a helmet on you and put you in this thing called a wrap.
Hey guys, if you are anti-ICE, you missed your chance. You could have been recording this video and protesting. Oh my gosh, you guys missed your chance. Everybody else, look how demonic this kid is. Well, he's a grown man, but...
You need to chill. You need to chill. He's gonna keep acting up. Knock it off. Come over here, please.
This decision isn't based on the original offense alone. It's based on current behavior. When someone is physically resisting and unable to regulate their movements, officers are required to prevent injury to the individual, themselves, and anyone nearby. You'll hear officers clearly explain consequences before acting.
Look, go piece. Get out of the car. Go piece. Go piece right now. Okay.
Lay on the ground.
Okay.
Relax. Just lay on the ground. Chill out.
Okay. I'm blocking the direction woman, okay? I go to the direction woman.
Lay your streets first.
I go to the direction woman.
Lay your streets first. I'm just grabbing this other one out.
Fuck me.
Alright,
I go to the direction woman.
Tighten it up more. Move it up off your shoe.
Paul Salsi, enjoy this, my friend. This is against human rights, he says. Human rights.
There you go.
I'm from Honduras.
Lift the legs up.
Now.
Why he got to say it loud, man? Just by the way, not all Hondurans are like this demon right here.
All the way up.
Listen to me.
I have been, man. I've been trying to work with you.
How you say?
Lift it up.
You say I will need. You no more police. You no more police, okay?
Pull him up.
Okay.
By the way, this is not ICE. This is actual police officers.
It's kind of ironic, isn't it? A few minutes ago, he's terrorizing an entire bus, and now he's suddenly talking about human rights.
Yep. By the way, this is the same line that they use against Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. All the human rights activists throughout the world started talking smack about a Salvadorian president, and look at them now. They look like idiots, eating their own words because Salvador now is the safest country on earth. That's crazy. Look at this moron. An embarrassment to my people. This is what I call a traitor. This is what I call a scum. This is an embarrassment and a shame to our people of Honduras. That's who I will call a traitor right there.
Down into there.
Look at me, man. Le voy a decir a los derechos humanos, puto. De que tú eres mexicano, puto. Yo sé de vecino, puto. Yo sé que hablas español y me entiendes. Hijo de... Yo sé que hablas español. Le voy a decir a los derechos humanos que me arrestaste. Y que me arrestaste, hijo de... Solo por venir bebiendo en el bus. Puta, me arrestó este perro. Me arrestó este perro solo por...
He said he arrested me only because I was drinking in the bus, on the bus. No, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a reason.
Tomar en el bus. The perro.
You need to keep him in an L shape. There we go, perfect.
Oh, I can't imagine the activists right now on the left. Oh my God, what are you doing to him? He's not an animal. Oh my gosh, he has human rights. And recording the police officers. Police brutality. Oh my God, how unprofessional. Oh my goodness. These people have mental health problems, man. It's real. It's real.
All right, helmet. All right, there we go. All right, we're good. I got him.
Get to the chopper now.
Stop it, dude. Let him go.
He said, look at that. Slobbering and everything. He says, take this off so I can rip your face off. That's demonic, guys. I know, I'm laughing, but it kind of pisses me off that people support these kind of animals.
I need someone to grab those legs. He's got in my radio. Watch out. Hey! Move! Ah!
I'm running out to the jail with him. He's in the route, but I'm gonna need some help in the legal side.
You animal or you are you humano? You human. You man or you animal?
Are you asking me if I'm a man or an animal?
Huh? You animal, huh?
I guess
why you put it in the floor? Why you put it in the esposa? Why you angry for me? Why? I don't know why. I don't need it. You know animal. Why you trust me, okay? I don't have drugs. I don't have drugs. I don't have marijuana. I don't have marijuana. Get out the car.
Hey, Malvern, one male and a wrap.
Sounds good. Come on in. You understand everything, huh? Get out the car. I don't want to stay here. Get out.
Stop spitting in my car, man.
Alright, stay in the car.
Stop spitting in my car.
What are you doing, man?
You're gonna get an additional charge
What
for
are you
that.
doing? What are you doing? Do it.
During transport, the suspect spits repeatedly and attempts to bite. At that point, officers introduce a spit hood. This isn't punitive. It's a safety measure used when bodily fluid exposure becomes a risk, especially in confined spaces like a patrol vehicle. Importantly, officers continue issuing instructions calmly and coordinate their movements, which reduces the chance of further injury.
He bites.
I guess we'll put the spit hood right on.
Yeah,
We put the helmet on first.
Yeah.
He's trying to kick the doors out and stuff. So.
You understand?
Yeah.
I keep back, you would say, I don't know you. You know, I don't say only you right now. Another one.
And yes, and he says that ICE did deport him. And I wonder how they deal with him in Honduras.
Another police. Another police. What the prison right now? Ready? Yes.
He gets a special treatment, guys. He gets a little dolly to go with him. Let's see. Lou Ellis says, you should repent from your hateful mindset, Dennis. Very disappointed in you. Is that right, Lou? Tell me, what is so hateful about my mind? What do you think I should be saying about this animal right here? What do you think I should be saying? Go ahead and tell me right here. What should I be saying about this one, Lou Ellis? What are you gonna? Who are you gonna pray to? Who are you gonna pray to? You should be praying for this demon right here, not for me, for that demon. You see how this is what I'm talking about? Christians that pretend to be Christians. You guys don't even have fear of God. I know I can say what I can say because it is just. It is righteously said. I am not raising false testimony against them, but yet you are. Imagine the irony on that. Nice job to represent fake Christians.
Slide you right out.
You put in the car and you pee out these.
The charges at the end of this incident reflect the full sequence of events, not just the initial call. They include weapon-related offenses, property damage, assault on officers, and resisting arrest. From an analytical standpoint, this case shows how behavior after contact can dramatically affect outcomes. Had the individual stabilized after detention...
So the video, the original video, I don't know who made it because the guy, I Am Local, he blurted out the actual name of the video, so I can't really truly give credit to it. But there you go. That is the people this is the kind of people that the leftists defend, and we have one of them here pretending to be a Christian. Lou Ellis thinks that they're Christians defending an animal. You act like an animal, you are an animal. Just calling it like it is. Now, with that being said, we'll come back to the whole immigration thing, but I want to go ahead and continue by getting this perspective. Now, this is from Sahar TV, and this young man here is a is from Israel, and he has PBD on here on one of his videos. Let's check him out.
Hi, how you guys doing? This is Sahar TV, and in today's video, we will watch Patrick Bet-David talking about the terror attack that took place in Australia just today. Let's watch.
So here's the irony of what happened.
He was going to turn into a beautiful butterfly.
Directed at a...
Not you, Maria, wait.
At Bondi Beach yesterday in Australia when 2 Muslim terrorists killed 15 innocent men and women ages 10 to 87 years old, with 42 hospitalized, while a man named Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who happens to be Muslim at 43 years old, steps in, we've all seen the video, takes away the weapon, gets shot twice, is celebrated as a hero, which he ought to be. But you know what the irony is? The irony is even...
Hold on, PBD. Lou Ellis, let me just get you one point across. I am not here to tickle your ears and make you feel happy about the words that I say. I'm here to tell you directly as I see it, and I am unapologetically Christian. If you can't deal with that, I think you're in the wrong channel.
One good, peaceful Muslim man couldn't save the life of 15 innocent human beings celebrating Hanukkah, which is what their religion is about, from 2 Muslim jihadist extremists from killing them.
I have to say, they're trying to flip the script right now and say, oh, look, this Muslim guy saved so many people from getting assaulted and massacred. Then, like, they're trying to take the focus away from the real situation where 2 jihadists killed and perpetrated a terror attack. Australia has never seen anything like this in recent history.
I don't care.
Wait. And the one thing that they don't see this is the reason why they are so bold to go out in the daytime with big rifles is because Australia, like every other dumbass white country, has allowed these terrorists and Muslims to overtake their countries, their continents. Muslim jihadists are all over the world now. And they use the ignorance of those good, kind people that think Islam is a great thing. And it's not. Islam is not a great thing. I am so sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not. They are so bolded by their government of Australia, New England, France, Italy, all this well, I don't know about Italy too much, but everybody else that has allowed these terrorists to go rampant across the city, defending their evil ways. I will call you an animal if you act like an animal. You act like a human, I will respect you as a human. If you act like a demon, I'm going to call you a demon. It's very simple as that. You are destroying your country by being complacent. You are destroying this country by defending garbage that should be disposed of, unapologetically.
Of 90% is peaceful. The 10% true believers, jihadists, that hate what America stands for, that hate the Western ideology, that hate us protecting women, us allowing women to vote, that hate the freedom of speech model that we have, that hate the Second Amendment model that we have.
Hey, Lou Ellis, why don't you listen? Listen and then open your mouth or type or whatever the hell you're doing on there. If you want to talk about Christianity, we can get on with it. Oh, trust me, I will love to go ahead and talk to you about that. Your evil ways, you are defending evil people. You are to love them, not defend them. It's a big difference. You soft, flake Christian want to be.
That hate the capitalistic society that we have. And we have to sit on the sidelines and be worried about being called Islamophobic? Really? I lived in Iran for 11 years and I saw what this was all about.
Yep.
If Americans cannot see what's going on in Australia, tragic event, breaks my heart. There's a lot of Assyrians and Armenians who live in Australia, and I'm Assyrian and Armenian. There's a lot of people. A pastor, Bishop Marmari, got stabbed in the eye. A Syrian bishop who was very much needed, his voice during COVID, got stabbed in the eye by a Muslim boy at 19 years old. Here's a bishop that went to Gaza to pray for Gazan families. He went there with his church.
You hear that? Do you hear that? It doesn't matter how our great intentions are. The people that are hateful, and you are guilty for enabling such a hateful behavior. See, you think that what I'm saying is hateful, but you don't know. You don't know what is it to be a true Christian. You cannot defend evil. You cannot defend evil. You want to worry about my words? How about you, viper? You snake? How about that? You hypocrite. You think those words are not swear words? Of course they are. They're curse words. We got new ones that we've made up. But the fact is, you call a spade and an ace an ace. It's very simple. Lou Ellis, I will pray for your ignorance to leave. And may you be enlightened in your life.
A 19-year-old comes and stabs him in the eye, and he still forgave him because our religion of Christianity believes in that.
Just to show you that it has nothing to do with the Jews, it's got to do with every person who is not a Muslim, the kuffars, the disbelievers. Jews first, Christians after, Hindus after, and all.
Lou Ellis, you're next on the Muslim list. They will not hesitate to take you out. You will remember my words. We are the people that celebrate life. You are defending those who celebrate death, and you will be judged with them.
All of the people who don't believe in Islam. That's exactly.
As a matter of fact, you will be judged with them, by them. You will be judged. And then you're going to come over here and say, oh my God, that guy was right.
Exactly that example.
We're supposed to sit in America, think it's okay with what's going on in Dearborn and Somalia, and Governor Tim Walz has the audacity to get up and say we're going to let even more Somalians in after $1.5 billion was stolen from taxpayers over there? Really? We're supposed to sit on the silence and be vocal about this and not think it's a big deal? We're supposed to do that? I don't know about that. Listen, this is what matters to me. I love this country. I love America, and I fear the man upstairs more than anything else I fear in my life.
That is what you're supposed to have. When you defend evil, remember that. He's watching you. And if there's one thing that I fear, it's God and God alone. Nobody else.
More than anything else I fear in my life. The grace and the life He's blessed me with makes no sense. Every day I'm grateful for what happened. And I feel bad because those 15 who are no longer here with us, their kids will never hug them again. There are no more dinners. The family, the mom, dad, there are no more, hey, honey, no, gone. Gone. Why? Islamophobia. Don't criticize them. They're peaceful. Why don't we pull up some data? Do we not see on Snap, when all the Snap government shutdown was taking place, who took advantage of most of our SNAP programs? Who was it? Which immigrants took advantage of what SNAP programs? What did we learn during this season? What are we funding? What are we supporting? Who are we recognizing? Who are we protecting? We got veterans who fought for this country. Are we more worried about our veterans or illegal immigrants that come in here? Who's a priority? Americans? I don't know. But there are certain things that we shouldn't be afraid of being vocal about. This is one of them. By the way, I don't care if you're Muslim, Sunni, Shia, Jew, 7-day, Jehovah, 7-day, LDS, Scientology. I don't care what you are. If you come into a community, you assimilate, you love America, you make it safer, you create jobs, you adjust to what the country standards are, you bring crime down, you bring all of that stuff down.
I am glad that you say I'm disappointing because I am making my point, and I know I'm on the right track.
Good for you.
Thank you.
And if you do that, I don't care where you come from. But also, if you pay attention to that data, and we see when they come in, what they do to Dearborn, what they do to Somalia, what they do to different communities, and you still sit there and you're like, nah, it's just not a big deal, then you deserve everything you get. Because we learned what happened to Australia, because the Prime Minister 90 days ago, stop being Islamophobic.
Yep.
You know, he's Novak phobic. He's more afraid of Novak not taking a vaccine than these guys that are coming in right now. Look what they're doing to their beautiful country. And it's a lot of Australians and Armenians, like I said, that live in Australia.
Have I ever told you guys that I love PBD? This guy's he's younger than me by a year or two, I think, and he is very smart. He is a Christian. He's a businessman, but he's also a family man, and he's a God-fearing man. Is he perfect? Of course not. I'm not saying that. Nobody is. But I have a lot of respect for him. And everything that he just said, absolutely 100% facts. My respects to him.
And you see what's going on to UK. And now look what's going on in Poland. They take nobody. Dominic Tarczynski, he said it, the parliament. He said it, 0. Lowest unemployment, lowest crime, lowest stabbing, lowest any of that. And they have the lowest population of taking refugees from Muslim countries out of any country in Europe. And they're crushing it. Maybe what we need to lean on is God and data. God and data. Maybe we need to look at God and data and make decisions based on that.
People are so scared of being labeled Islamophobes, even when the problem is right in front of our faces. People are still not going to call these people terrorists. They're going to call them extremists. They're going to say they don't represent of Islam. All BS.
Yep.
These people read the Quran and they carried out this attack against the Jews because of their ideology, because of their religion. They're not the first ones. They're certainly not the last ones. And if there's something we can learn about, is he's right. The data. Look at the history. What has history proven? It proves to us that Muslims who carry terror attacks around the world carry it on behalf of Islam. It's called jihad. Since 9/11, approximately 46,000 terror attacks took place in 70 different countries, and you dare to call us Islamophobes?
Great point. How does any of our leftist friends on here dare call us Islamophobic? How dare you? I am laughing, trying to hide how pissed off I get at stupid people, especially people like Lou Ellis. How ignorant. How ignorant. You give your country on a platter to your enemies with your stupidity and ignorance. Wow.
Phobia is irrational fear. I think it's incredibly rational to fear an ideology that seeks to destroy you if you don't believe in their ideology. Don't you think? Absolutely disgusting terror attack that took place in Bondi Beach. And I really hope that we finally learn. I hope that we look at what's right in front of us. We call it by its name and we learn. We have warned you enough that anti-Judaism, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Anti-Westernism is on the rise. And what are they trying to do on Twitter and social media? They're trying to paint it as, oh yeah, it's a false flag. Israel actually did this. It's an IDF soldier who came. He lost his mind. Shut up. We have seen your sick ideology.
Yeah, shut up.
We know what it represents. And now we are here to let more people know about this. That's it. It's a done deal for you. You can try and protect it as much as you want, but we're on to you.
Yep.
Thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Well said, brother. Well said. He should let his hair go long, and he will look just like Jesus. I love this guy. I love this guy. Give him a thumbs up. What? I'm not subscribed. Oh, gotta subscribe. And then, of course, we have our lovely leftist people that keep ignoring. Well, actually, no, they worship Satan. I get it, and you know, who knows what else they're doing. But I think it's important to let my members be recognized for being supporters of my channel. I would like to talk with Dennis. He's the man, Great American Pain. Thank you, Paul Salsi. What are you smelling on the chat today? Let me know while I give thanks to all of my member patriots. Transquifia in the house, as Paul Salsi. I knew that you can smell them. I knew that you can smell them. Why don't we get a little bit of our favorite, one of our favorite senators. I will say this. I'm a little disappointed on Lara Trump on this one. She lost her professionalism. She lost it. She lost her professionalism. But do I blame her when you have Senator Kennedy in front talking to you? I dare not.
Senator John Kennedy always knows exactly what his fellow lawmakers need to hear. So there was no one better to ask about what comes next. Senator John Kennedy, I'm so excited to sit down with you. I say you are the funniest person on Capitol Hill. I think you're great. And I know you have a lot of thoughts about a lot of things going on. It feels like we just got through the last government shutdown. Yeah. But it's almost hard to believe. We're only weeks away, actually, from the temporary funding measure ending and a potential, second wave of government shutdown coming. So what's going to happen here?
Well, it's really up to my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. You can lead a person to Congress, but you can't make him think. If the Democrats want to shut it down again, it would be a huge mistake for them. It would be horrible for the American people. But, on the last one, Laura, I voted 14 times to open up government, and they voted 14 times to keep it shut down. And somehow, with a straight face, tried to blame it on us. Finally, they agreed to open it up. And I hope they don't do it again, but there's some things you can't control. It's up to my Democratic friends.
Well, we'll hope for the best on that. The thing that I think Americans are talking about right now is affordability. We keep hearing about it. We know the president is obviously working on this, but you've actually called on your colleagues on Capitol Hill in Congress to deal with this via reconciliation. So what can actually be done from the Capitol Hill's perspective on this?
Well, it's important to put it in context. We had 9% inflation a few years ago. That inflation didn't originate in a bat. It was man-made, and that man's name was Joe Biden. Now, President Trump and the Republicans in Congress and the Federal Reserve have gotten that inflation down from 9% to 3%. So things are much, much, much better. But we may be better, but we're not well, and there's more we can do. We can reduce the cost of health care. We know what to do. We have bills already to lower the cost of housing. Or we have over 200 changes to our tax code that will stimulate the economy and increase wages. The problem as it always is in the Senate, Democrats won't vote for it. So the alternative is to do what we did when we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. Under what's called reconciliation, we don't need any Democratic support. I welcome their support, but I don't think they're going to help us. And what I'm frustrated about is that the last reconciliation bill we did, the One Big Beautiful Bill, was July 1. Since then, we've been sitting on our ice cold, lazy butts and not getting more bills passed. Now, I'm not saying we've been doing nothing. We've been confirming nominees and been working on the budget, and all that's important. But we better listen to the American people here. President Trump is listening to the American people. And when they lie down, moms and dads lie down to sleep at night and can't, they're worried about the cost of living. And we're going to address it, and we can. But the president can't do it all by himself. We've got to pass some laws.
Well, we're glad he's got at least you there and some good support on the Republican side to hopefully see that through. This is definitely something the Democrats are going to be targeting as we head into next year's midterm elections. There is no doubt about that. Do you think that them saying free everything, free all the time for everyone is going to be the strategy, and will that work for the American people?
Well, there is no free lunch. You know that. Anything free, somebody had to work for. And my Democratic friends leave that out. They believe in free everything. Free health care, free education, free money, free sex, free kittens, free everything. But there is nothing free in this world. And America is great because we understood that. The American people have figured all this out, Laura. They have, and I'm very confident about the midterms. We're just going to go work and talk to the American people. They're plenty smart. They'll figure all this out.
Well, it's important for Republicans because there are already 30 GOP lawmakers who've said they are not seeking re-election. And I'm wondering your thoughts on that. And I also would like to get your thoughts on, I'm going to let you listen to some sound here from someone named Jasmine Crockett, who's also running for a United States Senate seat.
Oh, you guys brace yourself for the amount of intelligence and wisdom that you are about to encounter. Here we go.
Listen to this.
The gloves have been off, and now I'm jumping into the ring. I'm asking for your support to be the next United States Senator from the greatest state of Texas. I'm done with the senators sitting around doing nothing while Trump takes your hard-earned money, skims your Social Security, slashes Medicare, and gives tax breaks to billionaires.
She said, President Donald Trump is skimming off your Social Security? Seriously? Big, beautiful bill. Listen, even you leftists, even you will benefit this tax season. Remember, you heard it here first in the Dennis Herrera show. Oh, my goodness. I cannot wait, Americans. My family, I love you all. I'm excited for what's coming next for us. Let's go. Keep your faith in God alone that He put Trump in office. God will use anyone He wants to use. He does not need our approval. God is God, and God is good.
I'm done.
She's done, Senator. Is she done? Is she cooked? Is this going to happen? What do you think?
Well, look, the Congress, this is America, Laura, as you know.
BCJ, I knew you were not American. I knew it. I knew it. You're somewhere in India behind these little 5 different keyboards with different profiles, hating on different chats that support America first. Oh, man, this guy. Man, hard worker, though. I got to give you that.
All have the right to express our opinion. You're not free if you can't say what you think. And the Congresswoman has the right to her opinion. But I have the right to mine. And somebody needs to tell the Congresswoman. It'll be in her best interest. They need to tell her that the voices in her head are not real. She is wrong on every single issue. The people of Texas will never embrace her message. I don't know why she's doing this, but you know, you have the right in America to do dumb things if you want to. And she will be leaving Congress. And as far as the other 30 folks that are leaving Congress, look, I get it. I don't want anybody to be in Congress. He doesn't want to be here. Because this stuff's working for the American people. You got to give it 110%. So if people are unhappy, you know, don't let the door hit them in the butt on the way out.
Yep.
Well, not that we're in the business of giving much advice to people like Congressman Jasmine Crockett and AOC, by the way. But if we did give them advice, I would say they might take a page from your book, How to Test Negative for Stupid and Why Washington Never Will. So tell me overall what people should take away from this. Where do you see the Democrat Party versus the Republican Party right now?
Well, my book talks about that, and I'm really proud of it. We're #1 on the New York Times bestseller.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you, Laura.
BC, this book is about you.
It's not a policy book per se. It's a story book that explains policy. And really, it explains to the American people why, as bad as Washington looks from the outside, it's even worse from the inside. But why it doesn't have to be that way. If we just have a little return to common sense. And as I say to my people back home, look, I'm an optimist. I'm a paranoid optimist, but I'm not going to bubble wrap it to the American people. The water in Washington, D.C. is not going to clear up until you get the pigs out of the creek. It's a personnel issue.
Well, we understand what that means. And speaking of home, down in Louisiana, you guys have Operation Catahoula Crunch. It's been very effective.
Yeah.
This is where ICE is targeting gang members, rapists, human smugglers. But, Senator, there are still those people out there, some of them elected officials, who aren't just protesting this, but suggesting that people should, go after ICE agents and target them. What is your response to all of this, and what is your message to people who would do such a thing like that?
None of this is complicated. I don't know. I don't understand the controversy. Look, legal immigration is legal. We admit 1 million people into our country every year, more than any other country. Legal.
That's a lot of immigrants that we take into this country legally.
Legal immigration is legal. Illegal immigration is illegal. And all President Trump is doing is enforcing federal law. President Biden, he let between 8 million and 12 million people into our country. We don't have the slightest idea who they are. Some of them are probably good. I mean, I know, not just probably, they're good people. Some of them are criminals. All of them are here illegally. You've got to follow the law, duh. And so what's controversial about a president of the United States, any president, enforcing federal law? I don't get it.
Well, we're grateful he's there doing it, and we're grateful for you to sit down with us for a little.
I love Senator Kennedy, man. He is one of those grandpas that I would love to have a drink with and listen to some story times. 100%, for sure. I love it. All right, we're getting closer to the nitty gritty of the Dennis Herrera show today, guys. I want to say to my Patriot family here, man. Derek, much love to you. Coyotes, welcome, my friend. Tanya, good to see you in here. God bless every single one of you guys here. It doesn't matter how good we talk about our people in this country. It doesn't matter how we are allowing other religions to be accepted, religion to be practiced in our country. It doesn't matter how much we have shown the world that this is not a racist country. It doesn't matter how much President Donald Trump has gone and done things around the world. I heard the Thailand representative, I think it was, talking about how President Donald Trump exaggerated on his little peace deal that he talked over the phone with them. And, these people don't understand what President Donald Trump is doing. If they want to play stupid, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. And I don't think they understand what President Donald Trump is saying. If they don't pay attention, they are going to be part of the problems that President Donald Trump needs to take care of. Now, somebody mentioned that that only the United States of America goes and invades other countries. I like how they say invade other countries when every time we're trying to. Now, I'm not going to excuse the Democrats, right, like Obama, etc., for doing what they did, but I can tell you that everything Donald Trump has done has been for the best of our country and of other countries. The difference is he's a businessman. He's not going to do something just for free. We are not a charitable country, not in that way. We are, but not in that way. And I think that President Donald Trump is helping out. One, he wants to see peace, but he also wants to see making deals with the United States of America. He has been talking about this since the 80s, 90s, and he was forced to run for office because he saw the Democrats were just stealing billions of dollars, which a lot of the people on the left were defending and were fighting against President Donald Trump for saying these things. And well, here we are. On the second administration, we find out he was right. Somalians have been in this country for 30 years. Now, there's been some before, but those people have assimilated. But 30 years, 3 decades, Somalians have been stealing money from our government. And till this day, they have not been able to tell us where $26 trillion in debt that this country came in. Nobody knows where that went. Where did that come from? Nobody. Well, now I can tell you, when we find out that Somalians have been sending over $8 billion in fraud, committing fraud and sending all this money to Somalia, not just them, but also USAID sending hundreds of millions of dollars to the politicians in Somalia. It is crazy, crazy. Now, I'm going to show you a clip, if I can. I want you to please don't feel sorry for Somalians. We're just trying to return Somalia their garbage. Here is what Somalia looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Now, I like this part right here. Where is it? Come on. Right here. Look at that. In Somalia, look at that. $100 bills, y'all. $100 bills. In Somalia. No calls. We're busy. I like that picture. Who likes that picture right there? Jim says, don't feel sorry for people who aren't willing to fight for their country. Hey, that's right, baby. I like that. He also saw how the left Democrat Party was going and was out, became a Republican after almost 70 years of being a registered Democrat. That's right. And, eventually people will be awake. And we do have a lot of Democrats that have subscribed to my channel. So it's not that, it's just Republicans. No, we are sick and tired of corrupted politicians taking advantage of us. There is hundreds of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of Benjamins in Somalia. Why dollars? Think about it. Why dollars in Somalia? Dollars in Somalia. What does that tell you guys? Whose money is the dollar? Whose money is the dollar? Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah. I like this one. I protested ICE today, mama. The little blue hair, chubby girl. That's exactly who goes out and protests against ICE. Very interesting. Here is another one from the Men of Memes. Chicago judge lets violent robbery suspect walk free with just an ankle monitor. Well, guess what he did with that? Days later, he cuts it off, flees to Indiana, and allegedly molests an 11-year-old girl he met on Snapchat. Allegedly, so we're not going to say that's a fact. But it's just very interesting how the story unfolds. This is what Democrats do. Oh, look at this. Also, they don't indoctrinate our children in schools, guys. They don't do that. Let's take a listen.
Displays of intolerance and homophobia are unacceptable.
This type of intolerant rhetoric starts in the home.
Parents angry at town hall over intolerance.
This rhetoric starts at home. Yes, we teach our children that they are boys and girls because that's the gender that they are born with. We teach them our Christian values if we have, but nonetheless, we teach them they're boys and girls. That's a rhetoric that comes from home. And what's the school supposed to be doing? Indoctrinating children into being LGBTQ? I don't think so. That's not how we play, homie.
Tolerance at Marshall Simons Middle School. Kids were asked to wear rainbow clothes in honor of Pride Spirit Day, but some organized a counter-protest wearing red, white, and blue or black. The principal sharing a statement to families that Pride posters were ripped down, stickers ripped up. Some students chanted "USA are my pronouns," and students showing Pride were intimidated.
It was an unruly disruption.
It's unruly destruction. She looks psycho just looking at her. This is the demons that we have in our school system. It's no joke, folks. No joke.
In fact, that was organized ahead of time.
While some parents were upset, others say it was overblown.
Some of the kids threw the stickers on the ground. But, you know, I can only speak for my daughter. She didn't want to wear that to school. It's not that she wanted to hurt anybody's feelings.
She says her daughter felt coerced to participate in the Pride event and was offended by some of the messages, like this quote from Tennessee Williams.
Human heart cannot be straight. It is curves and winds. And my daughter just kind of said, you know, Mom, that's offensive to me.
Wow. Well. Isn't that the truth? Facts.
Who I am straight.
Displays of intolerance.
These people are stupid. They make me sick. They make me sick. These are the same people that think their rights trumps our rights. Now, let's be clear. To express yourself however you want to, sure. To indoctrinate others to dress the way you dress, to do what you believe, to force them to do what you believe, otherwise you give them violence, it's not. It's not a right. And I think that these people should actually be punished by that. That is crazy. That is crazy. We have blocked out the faces of the victims as they were underage when the photo was taken. I love the Golden Girls. That's just for fun, okay? Just giving you something for fun, All right, let's go ahead and get to Maria in the morning. Maria, let's go ahead what happened this weekend. And I think she's going to touch up on Fetterman. Senator Fetterman has some words in here as well.
A Hanukkah celebration being held on Bondi Beach in Sydney that left at least 11 people dead and 29 others wounded. Joining me now with the reaction and steps ahead, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, a staunch supporter of Israel. Senator, thanks very much for being here this morning. You heard the Prime Minister, your reaction to what has taken place.
I would say, yeah, of course, we should all universally condemn all of these things. I mean, just imagine two people, organized to try to kill as many Jews as possible. And thankfully that stopped. But I mean, almost 30 people wounded, 12, I'm reading 12 people killed. I mean, just for celebrate a holiday right now. I mean, it's astonishing. And now, like, you witnessed that in Australia for years, these massive kinds of anti-Israel protests again and again and again in those kinds of places. It's like, those things kind of penetrate. And now, so that's where we're at. I mean, how can't we just defend, a lot of these views and now just call it what it is? Anti-Semitism is a worldwide scourge, and it's constantly demonstrated to be deadly, and it keeps manifest itself in these things, just like what's happened now in Australia, too.
That's right. And Senator, a moment ago, Lindsey Graham was with me, your colleague from South Carolina, who said a warning to anyone who is trying to say that there should be a Palestinian state. If you create a Palestinian state, what you will get are more killings of Jews. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It's an absolute betrayal for Israel and for the worldwide Jewish community, like whether it's France or Australia or any of these nations, our Western allies now calling for a two-state solution when Hamas refuses to disarm and are actively trying to kill Jews. I can't imagine why anybody would do that at this point. That is not the appropriate reward after 10/7 and this thing. So I absolutely support Israel's continue to take out leaders from Hamas and Hezbollah as well, too. They need to be held accountable. And I do hope they can work together with the American forces in Syria to take out the people responsible for taking 2 American lives in Syria just yesterday now, too.
And, of course, you've been a staunch supporter of Israel for so long, going against some of your colleagues' sentiments. What about this strong pro-Palestinian movement within the Democrat Party? Why?
Yeah, again, look at the kind of language and look at the races, for the Senate in 2026 cycle. One of the signature issues is being anti-Israel and saying these incredibly anti-Israel kinds of views on Israel, and it's super, super critical. And now people that were just recently elected, like in New York as well, too. That's, call it what it is. And I can't imagine why that's becoming more and more part of my party's platform.
Is there something that you believe you can do to affect change in the Senate, sir?
Well, what I can do is I can control my voice and my vote, and that's been unapologetically pro-Israel. And now when you see horrible, horrible things like what happened in Australia yesterday, and now tonight, I'm going to be the honored guest for the 3 years in a row for a Hanukkah celebration here in the Pittsburgh area. So I'm always, always proud to stand with Israel and the Jewish community. They constantly, increasingly now have targets in their backs just for being guilty of just being Jews. And I can't imagine what that must feel like. And I also can't imagine why so many parts of people in my party continue to back away or to kind of deflect and having a unified view on where we at now, whether it's like in Gaza or condemning these kinds of horrific acts of terrorism.
Well, I mean, look, President Trump recently named the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. I mean, are there things you would like to see that President Trump can do more of in terms of aligning with Israel, which he has been the greatest friend in the White House that Israel has ever had? But do you want to see anything different or more from the White House?
Well, I absolutely do agree with the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm the only Democrat as a co-sponsor of that with my colleague from Texas, Ted Cruz, to identify exactly what it is, and an attack these kinds of organizations that help fund this kinds of terror across the globe, and that call it what it is and reject this kinds of radical Islam. Just the way I watched Senator Graham's interview, and I agree with virtually everything that he said about those kinds of circumstances. That should be a strong, strong bipartisan kinds of issue right now. And if you look, like the young people in our nation have turned their back entirely against Israel. And that's the social media. That's the scourge. That's where anti-Semitism breeds. And that's piped right into their screens all across our nation.
What should we be thinking about the homeland right now from your role on the Homeland Security Committee, Senator? What should we be aware of? Are you worried that we could see some kind of a copycat attack happening in America as well after these incidents?
I mean, hopefully not. But for me, it can come homegrown too. I mean, now here in Pittsburgh, the Tree of Life massacre, it took 11 Jewish lives where they showed up at the Tree of Life synagogue and they executed people. This is part of the point, and that was back in 2018. And that scourge of anti-Semitism continues to grow, and that intensity is accelerated on social media. And now, for me, I'm proud to stand with Israel, and I can't imagine why anyone in my party can't have the same kinds of views. And now here, you witness what happened in Australia. People are targeted just simply for being Jews.
Yes, and we just heard the story of the rabbi, an emissary who sent the letter to the prime minister, just asking him to not betray the Jews by coming up with a Palestinian state, and he was murdered, along with the others. Senator, it's the holidays. We are looking to inspire peace. What should we be doing to come together?
I hope everybody would universally condemn this horrific terrorist attack day. But I also think we must be honest as well, too. Why are we talking about a two-state solution when Hamas refuses to disarm and to de-radicalize their organization? It's astonishing to me. And now Hezbollah is also now trying to rearm itself, too. And now I'm the only Democrat that proudly celebrates when Israel takes out people that are part of it and that are driving that process now, too. That's what's necessary, and I absolutely stand proud with Israel after this.
And these are common sense sentiments that you're making. Senator, you have been a beautiful voice of reason, and we so appreciate you. Thanks very much for being here this morning, sir.
Well, we're going to listen to a speech with Holman, the border czar, Tom. And if you guys are on the left, if you guys don't want to listen to this, that's okay. Come back in about 40 minutes, and then we'll be on to our next clip. But this is mainly our patriots who support this sort of news. Now, just to kind of give a little closure on this whole Muslim attack, guys, listen, people can still, use their Muslim religion if that's how they make themselves feel better, they're peaceful, etc. Don't go out there and be prejudiced and start hating on Muslims just for the hell of it. But call it out when you see violence. Don't keep it to yourself. Call it out when you see somebody acting violence and report it to the authorities. That way they can have some trail to follow if anything bad happens. I don't believe in just talking bad about people, but if they are threatening somebody's life, the police should definitely know about it. And if they ignore it, well, that's on them. I want to go ahead and mention something else here, family gamers. I understand if, you have some, thoughts about Israel getting hundreds of millions of dollars. You say billions, but, whatever. You have to understand something. We are okay. Americans, we are okay for this. We are okay for people getting SNAP, food stamps, free health care because they need it. And they are Americans. So that's okay. We're okay with that. We are against people who are lazy that are just abusing the system. See, a lot of people lie because things are expensive, of course. So they feel they need to lie so they can get some free benefits. In the meantime, they either work under the table or they just don't work as much so that they can go out and do whatever they want. One thing that I have seen with people that complain about the economy, it's people that, here, like for example, myself. Okay, so I don't have that much money, but I like technology. Well, I'm going to save up my money, and boom, I'm going to go ahead and buy technology. I got cameras. I got equipment that's worth over $30,000, okay? And it doesn't happen from night to morning. But what I'm saying is, if I am broke because I made a major purchase, I'm not going to blame the economy. I'm going to blame myself for not budgeting accordingly. But there is people out there that misspend all their money. They got all this credit card debt, and they go and complain about the economy is bad. But in reality, it is their way that they use the money that causes that inconvenience in their life. There's a better word for it, but that's what I can think of right now. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Think about this. And if I was to give you advice on how to accumulate a lot of money, think about this. How about you go to work, right? As time goes by, you get experience or you get a raise, etc. How about you just concentrate on paying the rent, making sure there's food in the house, you get electricity, water, garbage, sewer, just the necessaries. Yeah, some internet, yeah, sure. Some cell phone, yeah, sure. You can have these things. But how about you have no credit cards? How about you don't go and spend 130% of your income on a brand new vehicle? How about you go and save $8,000 and go get a used car? How about you do that? But no, people don't want that. People want to get the next iPhone, the next smartphone. And these phones are $1,200, $1,500. And because the companies allow them to make monthly payments on it, they think it's no big deal. Sure. Well, they go and buy alcohol. They go out for dinner, $100, $200 spending out dinner. And then they go to the casino, and then they go to whatever they're going to be spending their money on, right? You are no longer living within your means. I had this example before from a lawyer. He says, okay, you know what? I make $1 million a year. $1 million a year. And if I buy myself a $110,000 Mercedes, Guess how much of my income that is? He said, that's 10% of my income. And then you have the poor people that make about 35, let's say they make $50,000 a year. You know what they go buy? They go buy a big truck that is worth $110,000. That is over 100% of their actual income. And then they wonder why they can't afford to make payments on the car. They can't afford to make payments or buy clothes because they don't want to go buy the $10 pants. They don't want to go buy the $10 shirts. They don't want to go buy the deal of 10 for $100. They want to go get expensive items. They want to have the expensive colognes, $45 to $150 cologne. They go buy the expensive Air Nikes. They are broke as hell. They over there on food stamps, but they're buying $250 pair of Air Nikes. Come on. Air Jordans. That's exactly the difference between some of the people that complain about the economy. So if you just go with your bare minimum and you have $1,000 every month, you can save that up and save it and save it and save it. And before you know it, you got thousands of dollars in your account. But you know what? That's not what you want. You want to be able to spend your money on everything and then just blame the economy. Let me be clear. Prices will go up every year. That's how inflation works. It happens all the time. What we don't want is too expensive. Okay? Insurance is a scam, Joshua, and I agree with you. It is horribly expensive, and it shouldn't. There you go. You just said scam. It's just, I'm pissed about that as well. I think it's ridiculous. You know, especially a man my age. 50 years old. Okay. Why should my insurance be $200 a month for my car? No violations, no traffic violations, no accidents. I've always been a very good driver, and I got to pay almost $200 for car insurance. Yes, my car is more expensive, but I'm not bitching about the economy. I know that I made those decisions, and so I am very accountable for it, okay? So I'm not going to complain about it. So I mentioned all of this for a reason. People complain about Israel getting money from us. Well, that's our ally. They don't want us dead. They defend us. They fight with us. Their morals aligns with ours. So why not? Of course we're going to help them. You think China doesn't help Russia and Russia doesn't help China or North Korea? Man, they help each other. So we got to help each other as well. Will we show money to Hamas? Hell no. Will we support terrorists? Oh, hell no. Even though Somalis found out how to get $8 billion in fraud money and send hundreds of billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to Somalia's economy to actually go and support terrorist groups. Interesting. We are allowing our enemy to destroy us from within. And that's not a joke. That's a fact. That's a fact. All right, enough with that. They are giving them money for food and money for other things. Yeah. When I bought my first car in 1986, my insurance yearly was $3,800. Woo! That's a lot, my friend. I see $1,800 and I say, hell no. Nuh-uh. We ain't playing like that. Oh, Richard, thanks for becoming a member, sir. Appreciate you. So we don't play that. We're just not going to do that. All right, let's go ahead and talk to, let's listen to Tom Holman. I haven't watched this, so I really want to hear it.
2,000 children that the last administration weren't even looking for. Again, promises made, promises kept. And we're going to continue running down every lead of every child. And when we finish all those leads, we'll go back and do it all over again. As long as President Trump's in the Oval Office, we will never stop looking for these children. Now, I want to be clear. The 62,000 children were found. Some were perfectly safe with their families. They're just hiding out, didn't want to be deported, whatever. But many were in sex trafficking and forced labor. One's too many. So President Trump saved thousands of these children's lives and their futures. Secure border is saving thousands of lives every year. Under the last administration, over 4,000 aliens died making that journey. With a secure border, lives are being saved every day. Sex trafficking has plummeted. Fentanyl has plummeted. No inspected terrorists coming across borders plummeted. A secure border means stronger national security. But most importantly, it means saving lives, saving aliens' lives and saving Americans' lives. I want to end one more thing before I turn it over to Rodney Scott. The attacks on the men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE are disgusting. These men and women put their lives on the line every day for this country to remove the worst of the worst. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the nation right now, in addition to President Trump's leadership, Commissioner Rodney Scott, and the men and women wearing green and tan and blue, is because of what ICE is doing in the interior. The Trump administration has sent a clear message. We are going to enforce immigration law without apology. That message is sent throughout the world, which means the most vulnerable people in the world are not going to give their life savings to a criminal cartel to come to a country where they know they won't be released. That alone is saving thousands of lives. Children aren't drowning in the river. Women ain't being raped by the cartels. And again, less drugs means more lives saved. President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month, and that's just a stone cold fact. I'm honored to be here with Rodney Scott, who's not only a friend. Together we got over 70 years, 70, on border security, national security, and immigration enforcement. I couldn't be prouder standing next to a champion like Rodney Scott, who is well respected by every one of these people wearing this uniform. Rodney Scott, you, go ahead.
It's my honor to be back in sunny San Diego, even if it's not quite as sunny today as we're used to. I did want to thank Tom, and I want to highlight for everybody, this is where Tom started his career. This is where I started my career. But also, this is where the strategy that President Trump endorsed for border security really started and was proven out. So I thought it was a very fitting place to come out and talk about the successes we've had over the last year. And Tom highlighted it, but this is, and I think you could ask anybody that's actually done this job that's a border security professional, we're currently experiencing the most secure border this nation has ever seen. We're at 92% identifying illegal entries, 92% lower than the peaks during the Biden administration. But let me put that into context for you a little bit more. In an hour and a half during the Biden administration, we caught more people than we're catching and seeing across the border illegally in a 24-hour period now. But why did we see that reduction? I want to be very clear, based on my professional experience, why are we seeing that reduction? We're seeing that reduction because President Trump came in and implemented policies and provided top cover for the men and women of CBP and ICE and other agencies doing border security to literally shut down the draw. What was the first thing we did was we made sure that we kept people in custody and throughout their process until they were properly adjudicated. If they were subject to it, if they were immediately illegal entering, they were subject to ER. But the thing is, we ended catch and release. And that was a huge draw, people being released into the United States. We are prosecuting people for illegally entering the United States today at an unprecedented level. We are prosecuting everything we can. If you assault a Border Patrol agent, a CBP officer, an ICE agent, we're going to prosecute you. If you lie to a Border Patrol agent or any federal official, we're going to prosecute you. We're literally just enforcing the laws that were already on the books. We're making sure that there are consequences in place. I want to highlight, this is not just CBP. I'm here representing CBP, but President Trump sent a clear message to his entire administration that border security is important, and you're all going to be on board. So both Tom and I participate in a call like 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. And I can tell you this government, the entire federal government, is united in a way I've never seen my entire career, focused on one thing: putting Americans first and making sure that we simply know and control who we're allowing into our home. Because I want to remind all of you, why does this really matter? Border security is national security. Sometimes I think people overly complicate this, but you need to think of it as simply just like your home. If you cannot identify and control and know who and what goes into your personal home, you have no personal security. And as a nation, if we can't identify people entering our home and then make conscious decisions based on laws that are put in place by Congress, who and what we're going to allow into our home, any conversation about security is a fraud. Customs and Border Protection, ICE, under the leadership and guidance and support of President Trump, is making sure that we simply can know first and foremost, and that's what a lot of this infrastructure around you is for. We can positively know anything and anyone coming into this country, and then we can make conscious decisions consistent with federal law on who we allow into our home. Because at the end of the day, it is our home. And we're talking about who are we letting next to our children? Who are we letting next to our families? What products are we allowing into the United States? The other piece of this is we slowed down this flow. What did that really mean to America? That meant we put Border Patrol agents, ICE officers, CBP officers back to doing the enforcement functions that you as Americans hired them to do, instead of administratively processing fraudulent immigration claims. I want to give you an example. Just at our ports of entry alone, by shutting down the fraud, we were able to take approximately 16,000 man-hours, 16,000 hours, and put them back on enforcement duties at the ports of entry. What does that really mean? That means we're interviewing people that are coming to the United States. We're asking them questions we didn't have time to ask before. We're looking in cargo trucks. We're looking at trains. We're looking at ships. We're looking at containers. We're making a conscious decision to know who and what comes into this country consistent with law. And that's just the ports of entry. In between the ports of entry, Tom talked about the unaccompanied alien children and the exploitation. Under the massive crisis that Biden intentionally created, where we had flows of people that we literally had no time to talk to anybody, it was just processing people through, we had no idea what we were dealing with. Today, every single unaccompanied child that comes across that border is getting a good face-to-face debrief, an interview, if you will. We're carving out we call them children, but the teenagers that are gang members that are actually working for the cartel, bringing others across, we're carving them out. They're smugglers. We're going to prosecute them just like anybody else. They're facilitating, they're smuggling narcotics. We were not able to do that before. But just as importantly, we're able to identify children that are being trafficked, children that are being abused, and we're being able to get them the protections they need and carve them out. Why? Because the men and women to my right and around us today actually have time to do their job now, to actually interview people, figure out what's going on, and make a conscious decision of who we prosecute and how. You know what else we're doing? We're saving the economic. We are empowering the economy of this country through making sure that we rebuild a middle America by having fair trade. You know, we're between the fences, but please don't forget it's Customs and Border Protection. And the economic security of this nation is just as important as the physical entries here. The President's tariff initiative has brought in over $223 billion in increased tariffs. But just as importantly, it's required new data to be given to CBP. So we're eliminating huge vulnerabilities that were being exploited by the cartel to bring in fentanyl and other counterfeit goods. We're actually doing a lot to counter nation state, I would call it, threats of other nations that are trying to exploit our tariff system by what we call transshipments, shipping products through a bunch of different countries to get away from paying tariffs. Why do we have tariffs? Because we want the American worker to have a fair opportunity. We want American businesses to have a fair opportunity. Our Customs and Border Protection officers are identifying those transshipments, stopping them, finding companies, and we are actually empowering the economy of this country by making sure that we put America workers back first. Thank you again, President Trump, for fighting hard for the big, beautiful bill. A lot of the benefits, a lot of the things that you've seen were done through policy. They were done through brute force because the men and women of CBP and ICE actually are dedicated to this mission. But now it's time to lock it in. The big, beautiful bill provided significant funding to continue to build out the smart border wall system. I think a lot of people think of it as just this piece of steel. What we are building along the southwest border is a smart system. There's technology embedded in with it, plus the physical infrastructure. But bottom line, if you're in business, this is what it does for you. If you're a taxpayer, this is what it does for you. It makes every single agent and officer more effective. It allows that tax dollar to go significantly farther. This is an investment in border security over the long term that'll pay for itself. We're hiring more Border Patrol agents. We're hiring more CBP officers. We're hiring more ICE agents. We're hiring more air and marine interdiction agents. Together, we're going to continue to expand. Why? So on your behalf, we can simply know and control who and what comes into this country and make conscious decisions about it. We're expanding the Border Patrol fleet, and we're making it easier than ever for any illegal alien in the United States that wants to avoid the trauma of being arrested and deported to voluntarily leave. CBP has flipped an app that we used to have. Now we call it the CBP Home app. And we have a little thing going on right now, Home for the Holidays. Any illegal alien in this country can go on to that app right now, and we will help them get a flight back to their home country so they can be home for the holidays. And we'll even pay them $1,000 once they're out, because it's significantly cheaper than going through the entire process of tracking them down, arresting them, and deporting them. But please don't miss this. We will track you down, we will arrest you, and we will deport you, because the number one thing that stops illegal immigration coming across this border is changing the dynamic, not releasing them, and making sure that people know they cannot just freely move about the United States if they get past this little section of border. Last but not least, thank you, President Trump, for your policies, for your support. Thank you, Tom Homan, for your support here. But last but not least, let's not forget who's really doing this. The men and women in uniform, the men and women at ICE, every single day putting their lives on the line. Please give them your support and get out of some of the rhetoric. Just remember, our job is to know and control what comes into this country, and I think you guys are doing a damn good job at it. Please keep it up. Thank you.
Good morning. I wanted to talk about the growing role of Border Patrol in this area enforcement. Things that are pointed out very quiet on the border. They've had an increased role. We've heard a lot about Brooklyn, New York, Chicago, and LA, but I think it's really across the whole country. The Border Patrol is supporting the addition of border enforcement. How many agents, if you could talk about that, and where are they, and what unique skill set did they bring that ICE may not have?
Thank you, Elliot. Good to see you again. So I do want to talk about the interior enforcement. So I just touched on it a little bit. If you can get through this little area here and think you're free, we're never going to win. There has to be consequences for illegal entry, period. ICE over the years, whether it be the enforcement and removal side or the Homeland Security investigation side, has always come down to the border and supported us historically. But it's a partnership. Department of Homeland Security was created for a reason. We each have our own fundamental capabilities, but we've always worked together. Right now, with the support of the Department of War and with all the infrastructure we're putting down here and the policies, it's given the United States Customs and Border Protection, both the field operations side and Border Patrol, a little flexibility that now we're taking the information that we've been collecting over the years of different individuals, the interviews we do of every single illegal alien at the border, we're taking that information and we're building out an investigative case. We're figuring out where were they going, what were they doing, and we're supporting ICE in those arrests to the maximum extent we possibly can. I'm not going to get into locations or how many staffing that we're given to it, because that varies dramatically. But we are working together in lockstep. When we started really ramping up the interior enforcement and it got a little bit of attention from you guys, almost overnight the cross-border illegal entries dropped by 1/3. And they've stayed down, because the message sent to the world was we actually believe in the laws that we have in place, and just because you made it across this little line, just because you snuck through in the fog maybe one day in San Diego, you're not home free. We will come find you, we will arrest you, and we will deport you, whether it's ICE, whether it's ERO, whether it's Border Patrol or OFO. We're one team, one fight.
And let me add to that. What President Trump did is a game changer. It's all the government on the interior enforcement operations. I've been on many of them. You got FBI, you got ATF, you got U.S. Marshal Service. You know, we got every federal law enforcement agency out there, like ATF and DEA. And what's good about that, Elliot, is that when we find an illegal alien that has drugs, DEA's on the scene, prosecute, then we'll deport. They have weapons, ATF's there to prosecute. But all the government and the Border Patrol coming to the interior is a game changer. We're in a position now where Border Patrol can actually come to the interior because the border's the most secure ever. So again, President Trump's plan was all the government, and the impact has been significant. We got over 600,000 removals already since President Trump's been in the Oval Office. That's already a historic record. But as we bring 10,000 more agents on, you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till next year.
Mr. Omar, the Navy has been given jurisdiction of the spread of the border here. Tell me how that fits into your plan for increased enforcement borders.
I'll let Rodney talk about this because we were just talking about this with the chief earlier about the importance of maritime patrols. We knew when we locked the border down, me and Rodney discussed it many times, we knew when we locked the border down, they're going to take to the water. So President Trump has not only signed more Coast Guard boats to the water, more Navy vessels to the water, but air and marine operations down on the end. They put more watercraft in, more watercraft in. But I think Ronnie can explain, we just talked about this morning, on the significance that has made to maritime patrols.
Thank you for the question. Both in the maritime and on the land border, national defense has always been a Department of War, Department of Defense responsibility. My entire career, we have always had military on the border. The difference between this administration and every administration in the past that I worked for, this administration actually tasked people to go back into law, read all the law that was on the books, and find every tool we could possibly use to secure the border in new creative ways. So the national defense areas, having DOD on the border and the authority that brings to them was one of those. Again, we've always had Department of Defense on the border, but when they're on their own property, they have increased authorities and responsibilities to actually arrest for trespass just like they would on any other military base. We've been doing this in Texas for a while. We're bringing it over here now. But really, tried and true, what it comes down to is it's all of government approach, leveraging the capabilities, making sure it actually creates a mechanism for the military to enhance their readiness at the same time that they're providing their national defense mission as well. We work in lockstep. It's been a huge force multiplier, and I really want to thank Department of War for all the assistance.
And don't forget, the mission right now, what we're doing right now is saving lives. Chief, can you come up and talk real quick about what we talked about this morning, the lives that have been put at risk at Maritime, and what we're doing in response to that, please?
So I think what's often overlooked in the process of human smuggling is all of the despair that is involved in that. People die at the hands of smugglers far too often. Just recently here in San Diego, we had 4 people die in the ocean at the hands of human smugglers who did not care about the lives of the people that they were smuggling. All they cared about was the thousands of dollars that they were going to make by exploiting those individuals that they were smuggling. And so now, because there's less people being smuggled in, that also means less deaths, less loss of life, and less abuse to those people being smuggled in. Justin Delatorre, Chief Patrol Agent, San Diego Sector.
Following up with the territory and the military, I had asked Governor Gavin Newsom office about that this week, and he sort of pointed out when Border Patrol personnel moving to the interior of the country and not basically doing their jobs here. Your response to that?
I'll say it again, we got the most secure border in history of the nation. So CBP, Border Patrol is helping ICE. They have Title 8 authority too, helping us to look for worst of the worst. And it's been a game changer. Bottom line, there's over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We know that. Most of them entering through the Biden administration. At least we know that. I mean, it was announced over 18,000 no-inspected terrorists crossed during the Biden administration. We got a lot of people to look for. And despite what a lot of the media says, we are prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. So I'm grateful that we got men and women in the Border Patrol, because of the secure border, can help us in that mission. We're outnumbered, but we're making it's a game changer having them on board with us. And let's remember, for those who want to say, okay, well, a lot of the people you arrested are not criminals. It's going back to Rodney says, we're sending a message to the whole world. We're going to enforce the law. And for those people who said, well, this person's just here illegally, if the message you want to send to the world is, enter the country legally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. Show up in court or don't show up in court, get order removed. You don't have to leave. Like the last administration said, unless you're convicted of aggravated felony. And what happened when they sent that message? Historic illegal immigration that overwhelmed the Border Patrol. I was talking to the chief earlier. There were days in San Diego sector, not a single uniform was on patrol. You don't think the cartels had a field day with that? When you overwhelm the Border Patrol, that's when the cartels create gaps. That's when the fentanyl came in and killed 250,000 Americans. That's when sex trafficking women and children are sky high. 2 million gotaways, the 18,000 no-inspected terrorists that was just announced that came in the Biden administration, they're not even counting the 2 million gotaways. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Why didn't they pay less to turn themselves in a Border Patrol, get released within 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 square meals a day, and get work authorization within a couple months? Why did 2 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. That should scare the hell out of everybody. It does me. And that's why President Trump brought all the government together. DHS, CBP, ICE, we're all working very, very close with the intelligence community, FBI. And you know, and the numbers prove it. We will not rest until we make sure every public safety threat, illegal alien in this country is removed. That's the priority. But if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. We'll give you a due process in court. A lot of the people we arrested, well, a lot of people aren't criminal aliens. A lot of them are fugitives. They've had a due process at great taxpayer expense, but in order removed by a federal judge. We're looking for them, we're going to deport them. If you're in the country illegally and we find you during an operation, we'll put you in front of an immigration judge. He'll make the determination if you should stay or not. We're going to enforce the law. We're sending that clear message. Again, sending that clear message created the most secure border in the history of the nation. This makes this country safe again and is saving lives. The most vulnerable people in the world aren't making that journey anymore. I'm not standing in the back of the tractor trailer with 19 dead people to bake to death. They're not pulling children out of the water or giving CPR to a child that drowned in the river. President Trump's policies are saving thousands of lives. Even the border wall, people say that's a vanity project. You know one of the most important things about the border wall is? The most vulnerable, the women and children can't get over that wall. They're going to a place where there's not a wall, and what's waiting on them? The men and women who Border Patrol who save thousands of lives every year. This is the right thing to do. I've worked for 6 different presidents. I've seen hundreds of policies come and go. I know what works, I know what doesn't. So doesn't Rodney. President Trump is doing the right thing. Most secure border in history. Thousands of lives saved. Strongest national security we've ever had.
I can't let that question go. I want you guys to think about something for a second. So I spent most of my career in this state. I've talked to that individual you just raised that asked that question many, many times. Don't get distracted. When they start talking about, hey, who in the whole of government approach that has legal authority is doing X, Y, and Z, they're distracting you from the mission set, which is to make sure that we know and control every person that comes into this country the best way we possibly can with tax dollars. Please focus on the mission of protecting Americans and don't allow yourself to get distracted by some of these politicians that want to have a one-off question that literally it's like a little shiny object that draws you away from the focus. It doesn't matter whose authority we're using that day or how we're doing it. It comes back to the tax dollar. And this is what I can tell you President Trump is doing. What I was told to do, what Tom was told to do. Use the American tax dollar the best you can with the laws we have in place to make sure that America is put first, that we protect Americans, and that's what we're doing. It cracks me up when somebody like that wants to talk about, well, why is John doing this instead of Jim? We're protecting America. We're going to do it the best way we think we possibly can going forward, and we're going to use all the authorities we have available to us.
So the administration has repeatedly said they're going after the worst of the worst, but there are some statistics that show most arrested in San Diego and across the country have no criminal records. So what is your response?
Well, I can tell you everybody arrested and sent for deportation in the country illegally was a violation of federal law. And I just said we're going to force the immigration law without apology. Well, like I just said, a lot of people we arrest that are not criminals are fugitives. They got final orders issued by a federal judge, and they became a fugitive because they didn't follow the court order. National security threats. Thousands of national security threats have been arrested. Most of them don't have a criminal history because their whole game is to lay low, waiting here to do the dirty deed. But yes, we are enforcing immigration law. And where do we find most non-criminal, non-public safety threat, non-national security? In sanctuary cities, because we're forced into the neighborhood because sanctuary cities won't let us in the jail to arrest the bad guy, the public safety threat, which is safer for the alien, safer for the agent, much safer for the community. So sanctuary cities, you force us into the neighborhood, we're going into the neighborhood. And when we find a bad guy, many times we're with others. If they're in the country legally, they're coming too. And let's not remember, when people say, well, a lot of these people are just here illegally, they cheated the system. They entered the country legally, which is a crime. They put themselves ahead of millions of people who are standing in line, taking their test, doing their background investigation, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. But these people cheated the system and went to the front of the line. The asylum claims under the Biden administration, millions of asylum claims. Fraudulent asylum claims. If anybody do their research and look at the immigration court data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the southern border end up with an order removal. They simply do not qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from their homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They're coming here for a better life, and I get that, but it's not asylum. But we have millions of people coming to the border making a false asylum claim. We got thousands and thousands of people that really are escaping fear and persecution from their homeland and need us, need the United States help, and they're sitting in the back of the bus. No, we're going to enforce laws in this country, laws enacted by Congress. And I'll say it again, the rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol is disgusting and sickening, especially from members of Congress who want to compare them to Nazis and racists. Attacks on ICE is up over 1,800%. These men and women don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress. So if Congress people don't like what they're doing, then do your job and change the law. That's what the legislator's for. Governors and mayors who constantly push hateful rhetoric against ICE. I said months ago, back in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed and people are going to die. People say, well, Holman's a fearmonger. How, he's full of crap. We've had people dead. We had people shot. We had agents shot at. We had Molotov cocktails thrown on. We had someone go to Dallas and shoot an ICE facility and actually killed a couple of detainees. It's not a joke. We're enforcing the law. And we can continue to enforce the law because this country's much safer. 600,000, and I'll challenge you on the percentages because I look at the data every morning. Every morning on the way to White House, I look at 22 pages of data. The last data I looked, we've been anywhere from 72% to 59% of everybody arrested is a criminal. Well, some of the media wants to reclassify what a criminal is. Well, a Holman is just a DUI. That's not really a crime. 12,000 people a year die from DUI. It is a crime. So we are prioritizing public safety threats. The data shows it. But again, we're going to force immigration law. If you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. And as Commissioner Scott says, I would take advantage of CBP Home Act. Leave on your own. Leave yourself an opportunity to come back to this country in a legal way. We're the most giving nation in the country. We welcome more refugees in this country than anybody. Leave the country on your own and try to come back under a legal program. Because we have to seek you out, find you, and deport you. There are statutory bars that prevent you from ever coming back in this country. So do the right thing. Get your affairs in order and go home. It's the most humane thing to do.
Gentlemen, thank you. If you'll indulge me, I have a couple of questions. This is opportunity again. But Commissioner, I wanted to find out how many people are taking advantage of the self-deportation act. If you have any stats on that. Mr. Holman, could you talk a little bit about how many agents you've recruited and when you anticipate them being onboarded? And talk a little bit about, we haven't seen anything yet in 2026, the published report about you came to the strategy, and that's like going out to the Home Depot parking lot and whatnot. I wonder if you could talk about that also. And then finally, the New Orleans alien population. Can you talk about how police and the attack
As you know, Big Beautiful Bill allowed ICE to hire 10,000 more deportation officers. For those that know, I already said, over 20 million illegal aliens in the country. We had about 5,000 deportation officers, vastly outnumbered. Some of these deportation officers had a docket. I mean their work file. Thousands of people they're supposed to keep track of and locate. So 10,000 more agents, we're tripling the workforce. So you see the success we're having now, we're over 600,000 deportations, now triple the workforce. On top of that, so we have more men and women out there on the front line, a lot more, 3 times as many. Second of all, I strongly believe and have hope that DOJ is going to win the Sanctuary City battle. Sanctuary City slows down. I've been fighting Sanctuary City for decades, but honest to God truth, they're less efficient, they're dangerous, and they do slow us down. Because rather than one agent arresting one criminal alien in a county jail, they release him. Now we got to send the whole team for officer safety reasons to find him in the community. And on his turf, we have access to who knows what weapons. Getting somebody in the safety and security jail is always faster, more efficient, and safer. So as we take on these sanctuary cities, and I'm confident we'll win that, we're going to be a lot more efficient, especially arresting the criminal aliens. So I think the number's going to go up. And President Trump is still committed all the government approach. There's going to be more than just ICE out there. And the more we keep this border secure, the more men and women of the Border Patrol will help with that mission, Title 8 enforcement. As far as the hiring, I think by the end of January, we'll have all 10,000 on board. 287G, we got more 287G agreements now than we ever had in the history of the nation. It's exploded because law enforcement across the country has recognized that there are a certain percentage of illegal aliens in their communities that are criminals and public safety threat. And they recognize that. And they try to help us take that criminal off the street, make that community safer. And that lets them do other things. Rather than arresting the same illegal criminal 3 or 4 times a month, arrest them once. Work with us. Not only will we get them out of your community, we'll get them out of the country. So I think more and more law enforcement are joining those programs. New Orleans, Louisiana, that governor there has stepped up. We're working with local and state law enforcement over there, targeting the worst of the worst, getting them off the streets quicker. The more help we get, the more efficient we are, and the faster we can move those public safety threats.
So all the operations work together for one purpose. Make sure that we know who is in our country and it's consistent with law. So Tom talked about 287G, we talked about the interior enforcement operations, and following up on your question, I do want to highlight the decision on the illegal aliens still exists. We created CBP1 or CBP Home app so that people could actually self-deport. They could deport on their time. It's much more coordinated, it's easier. But from a taxpayer's perspective, even one person self-deporting through the CBP Home app saves countless man hours, depending on what the background was of trying to track that individual down. It saves a ton of money from the actual deportation detention process. It's well over $10,000 savings for every taxpayer, depending on the illegal alien in the process. That is being used. The tool is being used quite a bit. And I'll just close with, we're ramping it up right now. And it seems cheesy, but we're calling it Home for the Holidays. And CBP will help you get home safely, commercial airline, however you need it, and we'll give you $1,000 once you're out of the country and back in your home country. That is the easiest, best, safest way to deport, and it's almost like the jail aspect that Tom talked about. People want it. This is what I told my guys. We're going to go out, we target. When we go out, we know who we're going to arrest, we're going to try. But I refuse to tell federal agents to ever ignore other illegal activity going on in front of them, and being in the country illegally is a crime. The best way you can save us from having that negative interaction is use the CBP Home app. Self-deport. Saves us all a lot of time and a lot of money. It's a very useful tool.
Yep.
President Trump says that you and Secretary Helms don't get along and you're both doing a great job. Could you speak to those tensions and whether that leadership struggle will come impact agency goals in 2020?
Look, the bottom line is the numbers I just explained to you show this administration is knocking it out of the ballpark. Rodney's one of my closest friends. We disagree on things. The bottom line is we work together to create the most secure border in the history of this nation. We have record deportations. Secretary's out there doing a great job. I mean, look at the numbers. The numbers are there where they're now. But when you get people with decades of experience, there may be disagreements, but that's been overplayed so much it's ridiculous.
It has. It has been overplayed. It is ridiculous. Hey, I agree with everything they're doing. I really think that, you know, if you guys are know somebody that's out there protesting, have family, friends, or somebody that does that, you should really let them know that the best way for them to do is just to self-deport. We have gone over that a couple of times in my channel. You know, and getting $1,000 once you get there, guys, it doesn't get any better than that. You know, all these people that are here illegally, they already know how things work. They see how bad it is to be in this nation illegally. And so, you know, either they will learn from their mistake to not do it again, and they can actually go back to their country and be like, oh, you know what? The United States is not what they told us it was going to be. It's not easy to be there. You still live paycheck to paycheck. You have Americans complaining about how expensive everything is. Why would we want to go to that country? You know, you think about, you know, the people in Honduras, for example, the country where I was born. You know, the government is sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, and sometimes it's right in between. Right now, they're having issues where the socialist communists don't want to get out of power, and they are calling the election fraud, or, you know, it's they're reneging on the election. And, you know, they have an obvious winner, and it is the actual candidate that Trump is supporting from Honduras. And, you know, it's one of those things to where, like, you know, if you have a relationship with other small countries, you know, for example, Salvador, right? El Salvador is more than willing to take all of their citizens, criminal citizens, and put them in jail, or to at least take those Salvadorians that are not criminals, but that are illegal, back at home. And they also have made a deal with the jails and all that stuff that they have down there, that they have made a deal with the president to where actual Salvadorians that are in this country with TPS will continue to have that protection. Now, I don't know if they're going to make them residents or what the deal is, but I think that Honduras can also benefit from that. And unfortunately, if you have been here from the beginning, you already saw the video of the Honduran criminal that was with a switchblade in the bus, acting like a fool, and on top of that, he was an illegal immigrant. So there are those things that we need to, you know, take into accountability when we look at things. We will go ahead and play President Trump remarks at the Christmas reception. If you guys haven't seen this, if you are Americans and MAGA supporters, I suggest you stay with me. And after we finish with this video, we are going to go ahead and play one of our one of our favorite people to show, the Crime Chef, and we'll see what he's got for us today. But that doesn't mean that is the end. We're going to continue to look at breaking news, and we'll see how far we go today.
Hello, doctor. How are you? Hello, everybody. This is so great. And before we begin, however, I want to just pay my respects to the people. Unfortunately, 2 are no longer with us. Brown University, 9 injured, and 2 are looking down on us right now from heaven. And likewise in Australia, as you know, that was a terrible attack, 11 dead, 29 badly wounded. And that was an anti-Semitic attack, obviously. And I just want to pay my respects to everybody. I must say in Syria also, we had an attack in Syria, and we had 3 great patriots terminated by bad people, and not the Syrian government. It was ISIS. Syrian government fought by our side. The new president fought by our side. But I just want to pay my respects to the families. We also had 3 injured, but 2 of them are already out of the hospital, and one's going to be okay. But we lost 3, so it was a rough day. But to Australia and the Prime Minister, to everybody that we know so well, we get along with so well, we have a great relationship. That's a terrible situation going on over there. Think of that. And Brown University, great school, great, really one of the greatest schools anywhere in the world. Things can happen. So to the 9 injured, get well fast, and to the families of those 2 that are no longer with us, I pay my deepest regards and respects from the United States of America. Thank you very much. It's a very important thing to say. And we mean it. I can tell you in Syria, there will be a lot of damage done to the people that did it. They got the person, the individual person, but there'll be big damage done. And the other, supposedly, they call him a person of interest, so I'll keep it along those lines so we don't get ourselves in any trouble, but they have a person of interest at Brown. And in Australia, you probably read it's been a very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives. So very brave person who's right now in the hospital, pretty seriously wounded. So great respect to that man that did that. But we're here for a different reason. We're here to celebrate Christmas and to celebrate, and I think today we can very say loudly, we celebrate Hanukkah, because that was such a horrible attack. That was a purely anti-Semitic attack. And to really celebrate the new year, we have an amazing couple of achievements. We've taken in more investment money than any country has ever taken in by 4 times. There's never been anything like it. And I like to say that was because of the November 5th election, but, and it was to an extent, because without the November 5th election, you would have had a president that didn't have the courage to use tariffs the way they should be used. And because of the tariffs, we've taken in more than think of this, $18 trillion. There's never been anything like it. As an example, the previous administration, Sleepy Joe Biden, took in less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We took in more than $18 trillion in 10 months. I'd say that's pretty good, right? I'd say that's pretty good. And if you go back into history, there's never been a country that's taken in more than $3 trillion, and we have over 18. That's, again, because they don't want to pay tariffs. So in order not to pay tariffs, they come in and they build their plant in the United States. It's pretty simple. And it's been pretty amazing, actually. We have some very special people here, and because I believe in family so strongly, I think I should introduce, we have Don, we have his children, we have Vanessa, her children, Kai, Tristan, Spencer, Chloe. Kai's a great golfer. Has anyone ever, oh, there she is. Hi, Kai. Put your hand up, Kai. Can you beat your grandpa in golf? Can Kai beat her grandpa in golf? I don't know. But she's great. Chloe is going to be amazing. And all of them, they're great athletes. They're really great. So I just want to welcome Don, and I want to welcome Vanessa. I want to welcome the kids. And Bettina, who's with Don, is such a fantastic person. Where's Bettina? She's a great athlete, too. She said, where are you? I hear a really good athlete. So that's very nice. But so I just had to do that. But then I'm going to tell you about some other people that are here, because it's amazing. We have a man who just won the U.S. Open in golf. He hits a long ball, slightly longer than me. I used to think I hit a long ball until I played with him. But everybody feels that way, even the touring pros. He's the longest hitter in golf. He's the longest hitter. Much more importantly, he putts great. He chips great. He hits the ball dead straight. It's tough. When you're the longest, straightest hitter that putts the best and chips the best, typically you're going to do quite well, and he does quite well. Just signed a contract for like $200 million for playing golf. You're paying a guy hundreds of millions of dollars. And he's a fantastic person. You know what he's got, though, better than all of his game? The head. He's got the head is better than anything. He knows how to win. Where's Bryson DeChambeau? Is he here? Bryson. Come up here, Bryson. Come on. Come on, Bryson. I want to ask, why is he longer? Look at him. Now, if you rip off the jacket, you'll see the muscles are serious, but we don't have to rip off jackets. Come on up here, say hello. Hi, Bryce.
Great to see you, Mr. President.
The current U.S. Open champion. Please.
My goodness. Well, I did not know I was going to be coming up here today, but I got to say thank you. And what the president done in this term has been incredible, right? It's the greatest economy that we've ever had, and just to be serving on the President's Council of Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition has been such an honor. And the First Lady looks so beautiful, by the way. And I'll say cheers to the greatest economy that we've had in a long, long time. And Merry Christmas to everybody. You kids look awesome down there. I think that when I was a kid, I never imagined that I'd even be up here. How is this even possible? So it's been a beautiful moment. I'm going to cry, actually, because I don't even know why I'm up here speaking.
He hasn't cried in a long time.
No, not since the.
He's not a big crier.
Not since the U.S. Open, but
he makes other people cry.
I got to tell you, what everybody's doing here is incredible for the country, and I got to thank the President of the United States. He is such an amazing human being. More importantly, as I've gotten to know him over the past decade now, almost. What he's done, not just for our country, but just for every single person that he goes and interacts with, is absolutely incredible. I can't tell you how many times I've been around him and him just look up to or look over to a kid and be like, how are you doing? You're doing so great. I love you. Keep going forward. Keep growing in life. It's unbelievable what he does for families and for kids. And for that, I say thank you and Merry Christmas to you guys. It's so amazing.
How was my golf game?
His golf game, look, his iron play is actually probably better than mine right now. I'll tell you that right now. I can hit it a little farther, but
he's a slightly longer.
Just a little bit. But his putting has gotten really good lately. I played with Gary Player and Masa's son, of which he made so many putts when we played together for Gary's 90th. But anyway, he's a great golfer, better human being, and you definitely, we're all so lucky to have him as the President of the United States. So thank you guys. Thank you.
So Bryson coming up the 18th fairway needed a par to win the U.S. Open. He pulled his drive, which is a little bit unlike him, and he had a horrible lie. He was in a bush. This is not good because it looked like it was going to be a routine, but it's hard to finish. You know, winning is not easy, and especially with golf. So he pulled his drive a little bit, hit it about 360, but he pulled it, and he was in a bush. He chopped it out. It was actually an amazing shot. Many of the golfers, who saw this whole thing? Yes, right? I see all my friends are saying I saw it. He chopped it out of the bush, moved it forward 100 yards into a sand trap. So now he's 60 yards away. If you know anything about golf, that's the worst shot you can have. In fact, the pros don't even practice it because there's no way to figure it out. So he has 60 yards. What was it? 54 yards to be exact, I think. 54, or like about that. 54 yards. That's the worst thing that can happen. Behind the green is the clubhouse. If you go there, you have a 2-stroke penalty. You lose the U.S. Open. In front of the green is the worst bushes you've ever seen. So he has to either put it on the green or he's dead. So his caddy, who was a great caddy, wanted him to play way left and take 2 long putts and get into a playoff. Bryson said, no, we got to go for the win. He takes like an open-face 9-iron or wedge, which normally you wouldn't use. It's a very hard shot. And he hits it 4 feet from the hole. Now, for a golfer, they would say, that's not so good because they have to sink a 4-footer because they can't sink 4-footers. That guy can sink 4-footers. So he still had a 4-foot putt that broke a few inches to the right, which is considered harder than breaking to the left. He stood over the ball, hit it, went into the hole. He wins the U.S. Open. So that's called a champion's heart. So it's great to have you. You're a great champion. You won a lot of golf, U.S. Amateur, a lot of tournaments. And you know, you're just the beginning of your great, you know, your age is where they really become great. 31, 32 years old, that's when, if you look statistically, they do the best from 31, 32 to 40, except for VJ. VJ won all of his tournaments from 40 to 50. VJ is the one unique player, right? He became great at 40, but you're at the exact perfect age, so great. You're a great champion. Thank you. It's great that you're here. Maybe I'll take a chipping lesson from him. He's a good chip. So I also want to thank Casey, I want to thank you for being here. James Blair, I want to thank you. Where's James? What a job he's done. You have your beautiful family, James? Yes. This guy is so good. You know, I wasn't sure. He was very quiet, and I kept hearing he's very quiet. But I'd hear from other people he's a total political genius, but I didn't see it because he was always, I don't know what it was. Maybe he was intimidated by the office of the president. But I heard he was like this brilliant guy. I'm telling you, sir. And then they gave him a very high position. I said, he's so quiet. They said, he's not quiet, sir. Maybe he's quiet around you. He's not quiet. And that was 2 years ago. And you know what? He's not quiet. He's incredible. The job you've done. Thank you, James. Great. Is the other James there? Because you have two Jameses. They're both great. So I used to call him Big James and Little James. But the problem is he's not little at all. And I don't think people like being called Little James. But I meant it very affectionately. But Big James is like 6'7", and he weighs like 320. So he's big compared to almost anybody. So then I said, okay, I'll change it. I'll call him Big James, and I'll call him Brilliant James. But that's a real slight on Big James now. So I just keep calling him James, whoever comes. But you've done a great job, and I appreciate it. I know you're working on that situation for appointments, and that'll be great. Pull that off. Naomi, thank you very much from Bedminster. Naomi is here. She does a fantastic job, and I want to thank you. I want to thank Erin Elmore. Is Erin here? Erin, come here, Erin. She's marrying the most powerful man in the administration. She's getting married to the great Dan Scavino. Is Dan here or is he working? He's too big. Come on up here, Erin. You think Dan has bad taste? You won't believe this. Mickey Gallagher, another great golfer, is here. He's the head pro at Bedminster, and come on up here, Erin. You know the First Lady?
How are you? Nice to see you. How are you?
Want to say a couple of words?
Sure.
Because she's a great hostess. She hosts professionally everything, and she's the best. But now she's probably going to, let's see, is she going to choke? No. Is she going to be the opposite of Bryson? Go ahead, say a couple. Great, great.
Thank you, Mr. President, First Lady, and to everyone, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute honor. I got to fly here today with Vanessa and all of the kids, and you just have such a wonderful family. Everyone is amazing and polite and smart and athletic and talented. So you guys have done a truly amazing job, and it's a testament to your family. And I think this party is really special because my son is here, my sister is here, and the holidays and Christmas are truly about family. And thank God that we have a president and a first lady who puts our families first, who puts America first. And that's why we get to have this special, amazing, beautiful Christmas season the way that it is. And I thank God every day that President Trump won November 5th of last year. And I think we keep making America great again for all of these people here today, our children, our families. So thank you so much for having me. And thank you, President, First Lady.
Thank you. Great. Now you know what I'm talking about. You did a good job. I don't know. Scavino's great, but without that big power, do you think that she would have been interested in him? James, I don't know. I think the power is the thing that did it, right?
And his charming personality.
He's a great guy. You got a great guy, the best.
And he looks great these days.
He's a handsome guy, right? Look at her. She's defending him. Thank you. Erin, thank you very much. Thank you, darling. Great job. I appreciate it. So Mickey Gallagher, where's Mickey? Mickey from one of the, now he's a great player too. Probably Mickey would agree that he's not quite as good as Bryson. He's the head pro at Bedminster, one of the most respected professionals, the most, like in New Jersey, forget, he's like a king, and he's a really good golfer. But we've given up on the tour stuff, right, Mickey? We gave up. Well, when you see somebody's 100 yards longer, you say, let's go back to hiring golf pros all over the place, right? Thank you, Mickey, for being here. And he is a great golfer. Really terrific lawyer. He's been with me for a long time. I think he's got his family with him, and his family's great. Alan Garten. Where's Alan? Alan, nice to see you, Alan. Boy, are we winning cases or losing? I think we're winning. I guess we're winning because here we are, right? That's good. Well, you've done a great job, and look at that beautiful baby, huh? That boy, he's not a baby anymore, right? Good, good. Thank you, Alan. Is your wife here, who we happened to meet on the job? He met on the job. You know, we're not supposed to do that stuff, but they got along very well. I said, to hell with it. We have very flexible rules in the Trump Organization. I said, you know, those two seem to be too, she's a great lawyer. I don't know, she may be a better lawyer than you, Alan, I hate to say. But I noticed they came into my office and they were extraordinarily friendly, you know, like they'd walk in, two separate lawyers, and it's strange when they walk into my office and they're holding hands, you know, it's like, I said, what the hell's going on over here, right? So, Alan, I just want to thank you for doing a great job, both of you for doing a great job, and congratulations on the family and everything. A man who's really fantastic. He started off as a speechwriter, and my problem is I didn't stick to his speech that much, but whenever I stuck to his speech, I would never get myself into trouble. But he's one of the greatest speech writers in the world, and together with his partner, Ross, they form a team that, you know, they've been with me right from the beginning. Vince, are you here, Vince? Oh, there you are, Vince. It's amazing the way you blended in. He wants to blend in. And now he's doing something I think that's going to be the most exciting job of all. And Ross is doing really well. They split up probably the first time, you know, they've always been a team. They wrote, they love each other, they got along so well for so many years. And I said, you know, we have a couple of jobs. Vince is unbelievable on policy. And we have a policy thing that's going to be unbelievable happening. Should I announce it or should I keep it quiet? I put Vince in charge of the Triumphal Arch. We're building an arch like the Arc de Triomphe. And we're building it by the Arlington Bridge, the Arlington Cemetery, opposite the Lincoln Memorial. You could say Jefferson, Washington, everything, because they're all right there. And it's something that is so special. It will be like the one in Paris, but to be honest with you, it blows it away in every way. And Vince came in one day and his eyes were teeming. I mean, he couldn't believe how beautiful it was. He saw it and he wanted to do that. That's your primary thing. There is nothing that can compete with that. It's the only city in the world that's of great importance that doesn't have a triumphal arch. You know what that is? And this one is going to blow them all away. The one that people know mostly is the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, France. And we're going to top it by, I think, a lot. The only thing they have is history. You know, 1860 is something, I always say, the one thing you can't compete with, but eventually we'll have that history too. But we're going to have something that the likes of which has never been done before. And it's been waiting for 200 years, literally. I think the Civil War got in the way of it. You know, the opening, they actually have they have four columns, four small columns with the eagles on top. And they have the circle, you know, before on the other side from the Lincoln. And it's so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. It's been waiting for hundreds of years. And they were going to build on it a couple of times. It never happened. But it's a circle that's been waiting to have the arc built on it. And I think we're very far along. I think you might want to show it to the National Trust if you'd like. You might want to show it to a couple of people. Take a look at it. Because I've always gotten really along well with the National Trust. So take a look and show it to them. And start, maybe they give you some good ideas too, okay? But I'm proud of you, and I'm really especially proud of the job you've done. From day one, he and his partner, Ross, have been writing really great speeches, and I just wish I stuck with them a little bit more often. But we go on and off those speeches, right? And I think ultimately that's the best combination, right? So one of the greatest in the world, the two of those guys, the greatest. Then we have a man who, to me, this is the most interesting story. Boy, do you look like Ivanka. Has anyone ever told you that? I'm saying, is that Ivanka? Could you just turn around for the camera? Does she look like Ivanka? It's the most unbelievable thing. So I didn't want to take a chance. I say, is that Ivanka? You look just like Ivanka, which is a great compliment, actually. So we have a doctor in the White House named Dr. James Jones. Can I tell the story? And he's a great doctor, highly respected by so many people. He's helped so many people. I've had people come to the White House and they were so sick. I've had people come to the White House along with your partner. You have a lot of partners. You have Walter Reed Medical Center, which I think is the best in the world. They've seen things that nobody wants to see, right? They have, doctors have told me, if you can get out of here, you've seen it all. And that's why they produce some of the best doctors in the world. Well, Dr. James Jones is a great doctor. And he was the White House doctor during the Obama administration and during the Trump administration. And I guess during a little bit of those two, because we had somebody else named Doc Ronnie who actually got a glimpse of Obama in there too. Is that Doc Ronnie back there? No? Doc Ronnie did all three, and he said Trump is in the best health of all. He had Bush, he had Obama, he had Trump. He didn't have Biden. He didn't have Biden, but Dr. James went on a trip to Peru with the two Obama girls. They wanted to go hiking in Peru. Was it Peru? In Peru. And it's known for being a rather rough place in terms of physical creatures crawling around. 28,000 people die a year from a snake bite, a certain snake. It's a viper, right? It's said to be the most poisonous snake in the world. And he made a comment, and somebody else told him, that's very dangerous in that area to go hiking. And the guide said, oh, don't worry, we never see that snake. It's over-exaggerated, even though 28,000 people a year die. That's not over-exaggerated. Because when they lift the rice and the this and the that out of the water, they get hit. And if you get hit, it's automatic death. So he goes out and he's, in your last day, right? You're getting ready to come back. For 2 weeks, they're traipsing around in Peru. And he's got to follow them because he's the White House doctor. And he's with the two young ladies who I'll bet are nice. You actually said they were very nice young ladies, too. I'll bet they are. And final day, final 2 hours, he gets hit by a viper, right? This is a terrible Christmas story, but it's a hell of a story because I'll tell you what happened. He gets hit with a viper, and the viper missed him. It hit his jacket, a very thick jacket, and spread all of the venom all over the place. It went all over. But that wasn't good enough for the viper. The viper hit him a second time, and this time it got him on the arm. And so I think probably the only reason you made it, even though making it took him 2 years to make it, but they read him the last rites. He was gone on 3 different occasions. They thought he was dead. And, it takes only a minute. And because of Doc Ronnie Jackson, he knew, they called in, and he was at the White House, and he knew from the description and the location what kind of a snake it was. And they had the venom just in case. But the venom rarely works. It's so powerful, this snake. It's said to be the most poisonous. That, the black mamba, the brown mamba, and the viper from Peru. You do not want to play games, okay? And I'm telling this story because my son Don, this is a hell of a, did you hear this story, Don? And so he's being read his rights and they thought he was dead 3 times, 3 different times. They carried him out, feeding him the antivenom, and over a period of months, he was unconscious for a long time, many weeks, and he made it. I asked him, how you doing today? He said, is it perfect? Look how quiet everybody is. You know, it's funny when you talk about snakes and things like that, that people find it interesting. Would anybody like to go to Peru and walk around the forest with it? He says, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'll say no, thank you. But this was a real, did they ever find the snake, by the way?
They did, sir.
Oh, they did find it? What did they do?
They took care of it.
You know, normally the environmentalists and the animal rights people would say, oh, leave it alone. It's such a wonderful... Okay, usually they say, leave it alone, such a wonderful, leave the sharks alone, don't touch the sharks, they're wonderful, I love the sharks, right? I don't feel that way, but that's okay. Just lost about 1 vote, that's all. But, so he got better. And here's the story, the purpose of the story is that he wrote a book 9 years ago, would you say? This was 9 years ago? 3 years. The book is 3 years old. And it was okay, it sold about 2 copies. But it had a hell of a cover. And it has a cover of the White House and this vicious snake. And it is vicious. Teeth like this, those fangs. These are not fangs you want, sucking on your arm, right? As you had. By the way, what did you do? When that snake was on your arm, you tried to get it off your arm, I guess, naturally. What was happening?
I rolled off, sir, so I don't remember it.
You mean it hit you that hard that it knocked you out immediately? It's unbelievable. So he wrote a book 3 years ago, and the book was fine. It's like every other book. It didn't sell too much, but it was interesting. But I heard the story, and I'm fascinated by stories of wildlife because I have a theory. Wildlife always wins. That's what my theory is. We can play games, I'm saying this for my son, by the way, because I have a son who would rather be in the jungle than any place on earth. When I kick the bucket someday, he'll be, I figure, Bettina, I think he'll be here for about 2 days. He'll go and pay his respects and we'll say, where's Don? He'd rather be in some jungle or and he's a really good hunter. But remember this, wildlife always wins, unfortunately, is in this case. So what happened, Dr. Jones wrote a book and the book was amazing. I said, I want to get that book. I got it. And the cover is unbelievable. You'll see it on Truth Social. It's on Truth Social. I put out a statement that this book is great. The story is incredible. It took him like 2 years to recover. And I think he said he's lost something, but not up here. I don't care if you've lost something physically, but as long as the head is good. Did you lose anything from the brain?
No, sir.
Good, okay, then that's all I care about. I don't give a damn about the use of your arm.
My wife might tell a different story.
Your wife just, where is it? Oh, look at that, wow.
She's back here somewhere. She's with my grandkids.
Where is the wife of Dr. Jones? I just want to know, did he lose anything mentally? Because if he did, I no longer want him as my doctor. And then, no, he's an unbelievable doctor. No, here's the bottom line. So you had this book. He gets a call 2 days ago. I put out a Truth Social yesterday. I've sold a lot of bestsellers, what I like people. I put it out, great book, picture of this viper coming like boom from the White House. And his publisher calls him, said, doctor, what happened? What's going on? He said, we're big into, did they sell 100,000? What's the number?
100,000, sir.
They sold 100,000 books. It's the #1 bestseller. Can you believe it? You know? It's the #1 best-selling book. Can you believe that? So now you're a best-selling author. Now he can quit the White House. But anyway, he's a great doctor with that was a terrible experience. I mean, you went through hell for years, right? And the power is incredible of animals. Power is incredible. You got hit, and we take a lot of respect. The chances of living from that snake are substantially less than 1%, and that's only if you have the venom. Even if you have the venom, you don't live. And this guy's living, but I have a feeling that first blow missing, I assume there was a lot less going in, right? So, but it just, he said the good Lord saved him. I can maybe say that too. Every once in a while I get that throbbing feeling. I say, thank you very much. So we're in maybe a similar position. But you're a great doctor and I appreciate it. I just think it's an incredible story. Go buy his book. but it's an incredible story. 100,000 books sold in a day and a half. That's incredible, right? It's an amazing story. I want to just explain a couple of things, and then I'm going to just leave by saying have a great Christmas. But our country is doing really well. We inherited a mess from Biden and the Biden administration. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. The worst inflation in the history of our country. Prices were the highest they ever were. And what we're doing is bringing them down. We now have inflation is totally neutralized. We may get it a little bit lower. You don't want to get it you don't want deflation. Deflation is in many ways worse than inflation. But we have a record setting. We have more people on Friday. We had more people working on Friday than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. Wages have gone up by more than inflation. First time that's happened in many years. We are doing great, and prices are coming down. And the Democrats use this word called affordability. They look at the camera and they say, what are you going to do for the affordability? They keep saying affordability. Well, they're the ones that caused the problem, okay? They're the ones that caused the problem. That's all they're good at cheating in elections, very good at cheating. They're professionals at cheating because we won in 2016 by a lot. The election was rigged in 2020. We have all the ammunition, all the stuff, and you'll see it come out. It's coming out in truckloads. But then we won again in 2024 with an election that we call too big to rig. And we were leading big in the polls, but I said, go out and vote. You got to go out and vote. Make it too big to rig. And that's exactly, they tried to rig it, but they couldn't do it. It was too big to rig, too many votes. And we won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the popular vote. We won the college, electoral college. We won something else by a lot. We won something else that was amazing, and that's called districts. So the country is divided up into thousands of districts. We won 2,750 to 525. That's why when you look at a map of the election, the entire map is red other than two little blue stripes along the outer edge. One is California, one's New York. And California's election, New York also, but California more than any other place is so rigged. It's such a rigged election. You know, we won the Hispanic vote. So a lot of people say Republican wouldn't win California, but I won the Hispanic vote. I won in Miami. Think of that. In Miami, I won the Hispanic vote. Along the Texas border, I won every single city or town touching the Texas border, and they're 85 to 90% Hispanic. We won the Hispanic vote. If the vote in California was legitimate, which it's not, they have 38 million ballots. Everything is mail-in voting. They mail out 38 million ballots. And they come in. Where the hell do they go and where do they come from? It's a rigged election in California because we would win California by a lot. And again, they feel they have the advantage with Hispanic. They don't, because I won Hispanic vote. So we did something that was amazing. We made a comeback, and we got the most Republican votes in the history of elections. We won Texas by more votes than anybody's ever gotten to this. Well, I did number 1, number 2, and 3. All 3 I did in Texas and Alabama and many other states. We won. In many states, we have the all-time record for votes. And it was just a great election. This was a great election. And you had long since recovered from the viper bite, so you acknowledged that this was a great, because I said, I want that guy as my doctor. And it's true. And your partner is so great. He's such a great guy. So I just want to say this was an amazing period of time. Our country has been turned around much faster than I thought. If you would have told me that 10 months in, we would have over 18 trillion with a T, not billion, but $18 trillion coming in. And they're coming in, that's all, they're building car plants, they're building AI plants, they're building everything at a level that we've never seen, that no country has ever seen before. Now I assume that's going to start, it's already showing up. But I assume that it's going to start showing up. I'll be picking a new head of the Fed soon. Our Fed person is absolutely, despite him, we have numbers that really nobody's ever seen, Vince, right? Despite him, we have numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We're fighting through him. And we'll soon have a good head of the Fed who's going to want to see interest rates go down. But we're fighting through higher interest rates. But the interest rates are coming down despite him. he's an incompetent person who suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, okay? It's one of those little problems. We have many of them. But we're fighting through that stuff. And we have a country that potentially is geared to have the most incredible golden years ever. We're going to have, it's the golden age. I say it's the golden age of America. When these factories and plants open up by the thousands, Toyota just announced they're going to spend $10 billion building plants to make Toyotas. So they're coming from Germany, they're coming from Japan, they're coming from Canada. Many factories are coming in because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. They're coming in and they're spending they're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. Our car industry lost 58% of their capacity over the years. They went to Europe, they went to Mexico, Japan, they went all over. They went to South Korea. And now it's just the opposite. They're all coming back. We have an age that's coming up, the likes of which I don't think this country has never seen. And I just look so forward to the results. You're going to see results in 6 months to a year. I think you'll see results. We've never had anything like it. Again, there's never been any country, China, wonderful. I have a great relationship with President Xi. China's never seen it. Nobody's ever seen it. And by the way, we're leading in AI by a lot. AI is a big deal. And we're leading in AI by a lot. And the big problem was electricity, but I allow our plants, in other words, all of these geniuses that are building a $60 billion plant, I allow them to build their own electric capacity as part of the plant, and that solved the problem with the old grid. So they're able to do things that nobody thought they'd be able to do. We're getting them very fast approvals, and many of those plants are right now being built. So we have things happening like nobody's ever seen before. We have a great country. It's a great time to have Christmas. And I just want to introduce a person who's very outstanding. She is a great person, a highly respected woman. Every time I make a speech, I see signs, "We love our First Lady. We love our First Lady. They love our First Lady." What can I do? I don't like it because I think they like her more than they like me, and I am not happy about it. I am not happy. We're going to have a discussion about this. But they love our First Lady. And you know, Melania did all of these decorations, and she's gotten great reviews. The first year she did the trees, that's right. The first year one, she did the trees, they were white, and they were so, snow, beautiful. And the fake news hit her hard. The next year, they were red, gorgeous red. They hit her hard. The next year, they were another color, they hit her. I said, "Baby, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Make the trees green. Let them just be green. They're so beautiful. Let them be green." Anyway, she has gotten the greatest reviews I've ever seen. And nobody has ever gotten reviews like this for the White House. I actually like the white ones better, but what am I going to... She has done a great job, and maybe I'll ask her to say a few words. She loves you all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the White House. It's nice to see familiar faces. First of all, my thoughts and prayers go to the families of people who lost their loved ones around the world in this difficult time. We are celebrating here Christmas, and I'm thinking about them, what they're going through. So my heart is with them. I would like that you enjoy today the White House. It's a special place. And we have a Santa visiting today. I hope you saw him. And if not, go to visit him in the green room, the family's room, a game room. He's waiting for you. You could take pictures and maybe whisper to him what you would like to have as a present for Christmas. So enjoy the time. Wishing you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. And all the best to your families. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say, go. You're here for a reason. It's to celebrate Christmas and all of the holidays and the success of America. But we have the best chefs here. You are going to love that food. So go and get the food. Everybody.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And guys, now we're going to continue. But this one is actually live. I think it might be finished already, but you're going to love this one.
Amazing, having to do with
This is now.
Russia and Ukraine, and I had a long talk with President Zelensky. Also, I spoke with the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, the United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Shouldn't happen. Should have never happened. Should have never started. That war should have never, ever started. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved. That was Biden's situation. We're trying to get it done. And I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine. It's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it ended. The problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't. And Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them on the same page. But I think that's working along. Very good talk. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order making it core mission of the United States military to protect and defend their homeland. And today, we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that I campaigned very, very strongly on. And they made me look really good. They were unbelievable. They made us all look good. I mean, we went from having millions of people pouring over our border to having none in the last 8 months, none. In a few moments, we'll officially recognize their service by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gio, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for actually 7 months, think of it, more. And they don't mention the border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that. There were $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border on the Mexican side is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities nobody's ever seen anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth from many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country, but others have also. The Congo has. So many other countries have. And we don't put up with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are. But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct military threat to the United States of America. They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over. And other countries also. They're trying to drug out our country, and we're reversing it rapidly, actually. But with the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and we're dismantling the cartels very rapidly. And they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured that anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. In the history of our country, you can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse, when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. They never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesias, various other things. I want people to understand that. It's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., seizing 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month, we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed, over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number's much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families, because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. But before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pin these great service members with their medals. And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many great people here. But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please? Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission to get 100% operational control of the southern border. You want to talk about America First, peace through strength and common sense? It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security is national security. And we had the task of 100% control, and because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. And I want to give a big shout out to our Northern Command, General Guillot. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way before you. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up here with us today. They all represent about 2,000 people who've served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border Medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918.